And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 12, your weekly dose of WardiTV StarCraft. I'm of course Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players and people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all to our second broadcast of the day. Usually I do have a nap in between broadcasts, but this time I streamed, I laddered, and I am very tired. But it's fine, Papi. It's fine as we are getting into. My apologies. As we are getting into. There we go. As we're getting into our first series of the night and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss for Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. It is Smile. Just need a moment to set up our lovely player name. And as we get ready here for our series, as we jump into game one, you know what time it is. It is time for predictions. Get your gamma going, as predictions are now open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Will it go the way of Smile or the way of Trigger? Best of luck in the chat as we do settle into our first series of the night. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we will delve into the bracket after this match. Don't you worry, we'll get there, we'll get there. For now, we're focusing on our first series of the night. Again, shout out to Wardy, of course, for organizing the event, for hosting it. Wardy, of course, is live on his own channel, is covering some other matches. Uncertain as to which one, but I believe other matches have been casted, and of course I'm sure there are plenty of other language streams out there as well, like Coca and many others. Do love it to see it here as we are embracing our weekly dose of Open StarCraft. Once again, the Monday weeklies are upon us. Back at home, Gate Expand into Cybercore here at a Trigger. Likewise, Hatch Gas Pool at a Smile as well. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. What I will say, though, it is great to see Trigger once again. Trigger has been a little bit inactive as of late. He hasn't been competing in as many Open Cups as he once did. Has been, of course, spending or focusing on other things. I mean, it's been the off season, so has been taking a bit of a break here or some time off, but now is back in the thick of it, and I'm here for it. I'm excited to see where he does lead us. As for now, we do have our Overlord just scouting, confirming, checking the initial opener here of Trigger. And so far, we are settling in. Big shout out to those that are tuning in the chat. Shema, papi, Shema. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? I see Psycons in the chat. Chish as well. Chishi? No, I'm not even going to try. Smart Shaded. Sports Bear. Bienvenidos. Welcome. Good to see you all. So again, the night is still young, Papi. Oh no. But to be fair, even though that is a cancel on the pylon, a bit of a delay here on the third base, but the Adept is going to move in. Last third base has now been placed before the Adept arrives, and it will not be delayed for too much longer. But I was going to say is I do have to kind of adapt or accommodate to this time slot anyway, even though I'm a little bit tired, even though we've been awake all day casting StarCraft and streaming and laddering. It is probably good here to start at the start of the week, going into an event like this, just because Home Story Cup is over the weekend, and of course we are going to be casting Home Story Cup on this channel. We're going to be one of the side streams for the group stage, so if we're going to do that, I mean, now is the time to adjust and to go full Europa. I mean, I guess not tomorrow would be the time, because later on tomorrow morning is the Pegasaur Monday, and I need to be up for that as well. So we'll do our best. Man. Yeah. the sleep schedule is going to be destroyed. As we do enter our typical standard opener, it's going to be Stargate into Oracle into a third base. Third base is now being placed here by Trigger, and the first Oracle does move out across the map. We'll threaten to dive into the natural. So far, so good. Third base is on the way. We do have our queens getting in position. I say that, yeah, there we go. We have 2 queens at the natural. We should be seeing 2 queens in the main as well. So far, so good. Smile is keeping up. Do have our Spore on the way as well. Spore is not quite done yet, but the queens are doing a good job so far, just keeping up and zoning back that Oracle. So far, so good. So far, so good here by Smile. Let's move out this Lings. Does build up. And is looking to establish his third. And from here, we can just set into a longer game state. Trigger does follow this up with a quadruple Adept harass. These are vanilla Adepts, bear that in mind. No glaives on these Adepts. We move out, so drones are going to be going down. 4 or 5 drone kills already. Very nice damage dealt here by Trigger. And he's not done. The Adepts, they have arrived here to wreak havoc even more. As they do threaten the shade towards the third, but there's nothing left to kill. Oh, now there is. They are distracted by the drones, and they will be able to get, not really another worker, but at least they force out a Spore Crawler, they force out a Gas Geyser as well. Not too much damage dealt by the Adepts as they do shade away. Also forcing out of the Spore Crawler, not bad. Again, just forcing cancels, just forcing some delayed mining time at the third. And back at home, he's building up towards, oh my, even more Adepts. That I was not expecting. We have even more Adepts on the way. Trigger, he's not done. Threading another shade. There are some Lings to defend, but not many. Well, I say that there's 20 Lings. They're going to be able to hold their own. As the shade is cancelled, we're going for the queens. Clutch transfuse, but now 1 queen goes down. 1, 2, soon to be 3 queen kills. Oh my god, most of the queens do fall Adepts. They hold their own now. They're making their way towards the third base. There is a Spore. There are additional queens. But that's a lot of Adepts. That is still a lot of Adepts here. Another queen going to fall. Lings, they come in first round. Another queen. Jesus, how many queens have fallen here? My god. 7. Sorry, 5. 5 for 7 Adepts, I should say. Almost a 1-to-1 trade. 5 queen kills, 11 Lings, 12 workers in total. Ay, ay, ay. And what's most scary is that the Oracle survived. The Oracles, they were a part of that, of course. They did help support, and they do make it back home in time. Smile, he was forced to make additional Lings, and he does move out across the map, but alas, Trigger's ready. Trigger, he's in position. He's ready at the third, ready at the natural. Lings, they're not getting anything done. Trigger, looking good. Looking solid. From here, the pressure's on Smile to try to get some counter damage, either get into a mineral line or try to catch out the army and get a surround. Ideally trying to force or hoping that Trigger makes some mistakes. But outside of that, it's going to be tougher to travel here for Smile. It's not going to be easy. So now Oracles, they do dip in between the bases. They catch 2 more transferring workers. 2 more drones go down. The Revelational. They get eyes on the take of choice. Going to be Ling into Hydra. So Ling Hydra here out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, instantly Storm. Storm is on the way to being credited as we speak. Trigger getting ready for that Storm follow-up here. And that's going to be ideal against all things Zerg. Against Lings, Banelings, Hydras. Everything that Smile is working towards. So far, Trigger, he is all over this. He's going to try to push forward. No Lurker Tech yet, just Ling Bane Hydra. And see Trigger setting up back. Oh my god. Trigger, he's setting up back at home. A wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. I mean, hey, Trigger, he can afford it. After the comfortable start that he's had. And may as well. And really, this tells us that Trigger, he's just getting ready to move out. So with this setup, he won't have anything to worry about when he moves out, as he's going to be perfectly fine back at home. Maybe I spoke too soon. I assumed Trigger would be pushing, but no, Trigger, he is here, ready to wake up. We have +1 air attack on the way. Fleet Beacon as well. Trigger, is he looking to embrace Skytoss? Second Stargate into Tempest or Carrier? I mean, he doesn't have to, like, build up like this on 4 bases. He can be aggressive. He can push. Seconds. No. Oh, no. Trigger, we don't need to go here. We don't need to do this. We have a second and a third target in the way. Trigger, he is getting ready to just defend Turtle and head towards Skytoss. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. I mean, he's on 4 bases. I mean, that's all you really need here to support a maxed out Skytoss army. And he is ahead in tech, as we do see our Zerg player here just still stuck on Ling Hydra. I mean, working the infestation with, that's going to be for the Hive tech. That's going to be for the eventual Vipers and Lurker tech and all that stuff. But alas, Smile has a ways to go. And the mothership is upon us. It's coming. Carrier production has begun. Overseer will confirm. And I wonder how Smile's going to react to this. Oh, nice contamination. Let's go. Contaminate on the carrier. And Smile's aware, and he may just go for an all-in. I mean, he's maxed. He's maxed out at this point. We'll get on top of the 4th. Sorry, the 5th. Oh my god, the storm is brutal. Was that a kill? That was a kill that canceled. Trigger asleep at the wheel here. Not quite able to react in time. So not bad damage here from the Zerg player. That is a start, but again, ideally more is needed here, more than just killing a 5th expansion. Side defense is on the way. Trigger just looking that much more secure. Meanwhile, Smile is on a timer here. The carriers are popping out. And the more carriers there are, I mean, the less value, really, the Hydra army is going to have. It's taking into a Lurker Den, into a Spire. Getting ready for a later game state. But Trigger is about to max. Again, Trigger, he's gotten here first. When it comes to the end game army, Storms of Lingbane, decent stasis traps. Army breaks in. The Trigger is keeping up. So far, so good. He's not quite fully engaged yet. And Trigger's maxed. Oh boy, he's maxed out. What's the army looking like? Okay, it's going to be 5 carrier, 4 immortals, 7 High Templar, plenty of storms, of course. I believe some High Templar being left at home. Yep, they're being left back at home to defend. Mothership moving out as well for the recall. Does come across the Lingbane. There are the storms, you do! Storm's going to be going off. Massive storms, the Lings. Oh my god, they shut the Lings down. The cannons, they stand strong. More cannons on the way. Trigger, he can now focus on his main push. And you can see Smile plummet in supply. Is going to mass Lurker. There's 10 Lurkers on the way. Oh no, but they're not done. No, they're not ready. The Lurkers are not ready. Not like this. Yeah, massive storms. Oh, but there's no detection. Ah, there is Revelation though. There is the Revelation. Trigger is just building up his energy. Actually recalling over towards the top side. Takes out another expansion. Smile just cannot keep up. Not anymore. And Trigger is all over this. Oh god, the storms are brutal. And Ling Hydra just cannot keep up with this kind of army. The storms, oh god, they don't stop. Stage Trap will save some of the Lings. And the Hydra, they trade with the army. They do what they can, but last they do go down as well. GG gets called, and Trigger will snowball out of control. He will take game number 1. GG. Trigger will take a lead in the series, and as he takes a lead, a big shout out to Sort of in the chat. God, thank you so much, Sort of, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Thank you so much, and welcome one and all to the WardiTV Monday. Ooh, number 12. This is a weekly open tournament. Of course, Wardy is live covering his own matches. We have our own series here towards the bottom of the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We'll be delving into the bracket ourselves after we wrap up this series. As we have just begun. That was game 1 in the books, and now we're getting into game number 2. We're jumping into game 2 here between Trigger and Smile. And And again, Trigger just had a very strong start to game one. For those that maybe tuned in a little bit afterwards, Trigger, who was able to wreak havoc, he killed so many workers and queens as well with his Adept and Oracle Harass. I want to say he killed 5 queens and up to 9 drones, traded well with the Lings. He just had a very comfortable start to the game, and he snowballed from there. We'll see if he has, or if he replicates that success here in Game 2. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. Or down in the series, we'll see who can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Smile. We go. Hello Meantons, hello Matt as well. Bienvenidos. Good to see you all. Again, I hope you all had a great time over in Sort of Stream. You guys had a great time. The raid into the raid, as I guess I raided sort of earlier from our ladder session, then into the Ducklings. Gracias. Do appreciate it. Full circle. So now we are settling in. Again, Trigger last game went for just a standard opener. We'll see if he does the same. I mean, there's no reason to really deviate here. We are loading into Oceanborn. Oceanborn is known for more aggressive play. The third base is more exposed. Rush distance by ground is shorter than that of Side Delta. So we could see Smile be the aggressor instead. Instead of trying to react to his opponent, could try to cut worker production, go for a Ling Roach all-in, maybe a German taxi variation, or just a Roach Queen walk across the map. There are options here for Smile if he did want to be aggressive. We shall see. I feel like our eyes have to be on Smile more than anything to see if he can, find a way to bounce back in this series. Now though, we are settling in. And now standard openers, gate expanded to Cybercore from Trigger. Likewise, it is going to be a hatch gas pool from Smile as well. So far, so good. Oh no, I feel like Mean Horns is trying to communicate to me. Hold on. What am I seeing right now? What am I looking at? 5 dead drones equals GG. True. Wait, yes, that is accurate. No. Talking by emojis. I like it. As for now, again, nothing too crazy, just now saturating our bases. Queens are building up as well. Once again, Stargate opener out of Trigger. That's kind of our big kind of tech deviation, or potential deviation would have been going for a Twilight Council or a Robo-based opener, but no, it's going to be a Stargate into Oracle into a third. Again, Trigger isn't really one to be too spicy or too aggressive in many of these matchups. More of a standard player. Standard more than anything. Trigger will soon move out. Again, he had a little success last game when it came to his Adept Harass. This time we'll see if he catches as many workers and as many queens. Doesn't need to. And just calm things down instead. Does protect his worker. Just looking to expand and take a third. Oracle moves out across the map. Gets eyes on the third. Queens are keeping up. So far, so good. Smile, he zones away the Oracle. So I'll zone it back. They're basically up and running here for Trigger. Smile does confirm. With the scouting Ling. 10 more Lings in production. Smile just being safe and secure. Oracle hits the natural, gets up. Not quite another worker here. Takes a lot of damage though. A lot of hits on the Oracle, will slip away. Doesn't get a single drone kill. Trigger overextending. And likewise here as well, doesn't get a single worker either. So far, better defense by Smile. Actually gets a lot of hull damage on both Oracles, both deep in the red. They both survive, but I mean, good damage nonetheless here from Smile. Behind this, Twilight Council with the Forge. Should be plus on a blink on the horizon here for Trigger. Set it follow-up. Adepts are amassing, and Trigger should soon move out with these 6 Adepts. Should be moving out soon. Oracles are going to be sent back. Oh! One Oracle goes down. Massive pickoff. Again, Trigger just hasn't done much damage at all. Got a very clean defense here from Smile. He's lost 2 Lings. 2 Lings for 1 Oracle. Ay, ay, ay. Trigger having a much harder time finding damage. Still sharking around though. Still has potential. Gets eyes on the 4th. Will focus it down. Queens, they're nearby to respond, and they will be able to send back the Oracles. They get 1, they get 2. They send them both back. They save the 4th, not cancelled. And now that Smile has had a much stronger early game here, I'm curious, can he take it to a player of the caliber of Trigger? And Smile is a good player in his own right, clearly. But can he cause an upset? Can he bring us to the ace match? I mean, this is best case scenario. Like, this game state here. Losing so little to the aggression of Trigger. Adepts stay shading towards the natural. Stalkers here on the right hand side. Go for the Queens. Flush chance to use. Adepts stay commit to the shade, but the Leagues are waiting for them. Yeah, Leagues and Roaches, they shut down the Adepts. One drone goes down. Queens are being targeted. Not bad. Getting a couple of Queens. Stasis goes off, but Trigger just does not have enough Stalkers here to keep pushing. Does trade, does gain some value, but was hoping for a little bit more. So once again, we do have Smile getting into Ling Hydra. Hydra production underway. Investing into safety roaches. Trigger being as efficient as possible, not losing any Stalkers yet. He is holding his own. Smile getting ready for a counterattack, trying to deny the 4th base. Building up more Roach Hydra. Getting up to an 80 drone count. Getting there. Leagues, can they force a cancel? Oh! And they will. A big cancel here on the 4th base. Decent engagement with the Zealots. 2, 3 Zealots going down. They can collapse on the Stalker as well. Very nice pick us here from Smile. Away. Hive is already in production. Getting ready for Hydra Lurker Viper. This time it's going to be much more effective. This time Trigger doesn't have as much of a lead. He can't really get away with teching into Skytoss again. Not the same way he did in game 1. They got Smile not looking too bad. Not looking bad at all. Trigger is going to be pushing, and he does have Storms. Storm is done. He's got 6 High Templar. 1 Storm each. Oh. It's the first. First Storm on the Hydras. Roach is trying to come in from behind. Yeah, they're setting up for a run by. They get caught out by the Zealots. Or they catch each other, I should say. Have to back off. Lurker 10 has been thrown down. And as we see Smile taking into Lurkers and Vipers and Corruptors, as he does cancel one of his Lurker Dens. But as he is taking, we see Trigger doing the same. Skytoss, Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon is on the way, plus an air attack as well. But again, unlike the previous game, Trigger doesn't have as much of a lead here as he did in game 1. It's not going to be as easy. Not be as easy this time. Lurkers are ready. Storm's going up. Big connection here on the Hydras. Trigger rotating around. Looking for another way in. Ooh, as Trigger has pushed forward. Templar taking a lot of hits. One lurker goes down. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 5th. But Trigger, he will defend. But back at home. Oh my god. Massive chunk of Hydras go down. Stalker move out on the right-hand side. Trigger is trying to push forward, but he will lose one of his Immortals. That's an expensive loss. Another Immortal close to going down. Trigger trying to force the issue. Gets another Lurker, but will lose an Archon. Taking a lot of losses there in that push. Blackfire throwing away some Blink Stalkers. Trading with the army. Lurker getting high. Oh! Getting another High Templar. High Templar goes down, and we do see Smile just going right down mid, right for the 3rd. Isn't quite able to break through. Left-hand base under fire. Smile coming from behind. This army, I mean, it needs support. We need to see a recall. Massive storms. Alas, it's too late to recall at this point. And Trigger is going to lose everything. The Immortals, High Templar, and the Archons as well. Massive pickup. Drop into the natural. But so far, Smile is keeping up. And Trigger's hurting. Trigger, he lost so much of his army. And that may just be too many losses at once here. Next is going to go down. Trigger knocked down to 4 bases. Trying to keep up. Does have some storm. Oh my god. Has plenty of storm. Storms do connect. Another drop is denied. Another Zelrame going for the 4th. Ooh, Smile out of position. Drones are going down. Not just in the 4th, but here at the natural as well. Yeah, reinforcements are tied up. Smile, he is hurting. Meanwhile, across the map, he does keep pushing, though. He doesn't turn back around. Mothership has arrived. Mothership taking a lot of damage, but so far survives. Carrier likewise. Ooh, he's gonna fall. And this is done here by Smile. Gets a carrier. That is going to be a massive warp in, and I'm concerned by these Lurkers. I mean, they're exposed, they're on their own. And the Lurkers, they're completely on their own. I feel like Smile has to get the hell out of here, but he keeps pushing forward. And Trigger, he collapses in. And Smiley stuck around a little bit too long. He will lose every single Lurker. Ay, ay, ay. Smile, he plummets in supply. He's a losses he can't afford. That was every single Lurker. Looking at the units tab, there's 0 Lurkers left. 5 now morphing in. But Trigger, he can counterattack. He's maxed. Well, he's close to maxing out at this point. It's a massive supply lead. 8 Lurkers on the way. They're not ready. There's an Observer with the army this time. And the Lurkers, they're going to be denied. GG gets called. Trigger, he bounces back despite the rough start where he was unable to deal any economic damage. He did recover. GG, and Trigger takes the series 2-0. GG. Very impressive stuff there by Trigger. Again, he had a pretty rocky start to the game. It was nowhere near as successful as it was in game 1. We saw that Smile was able to gain momentum, was able to get into his Hydra Lurker tech faster, but we did see Smile overextending as well. He did stick around a little bit too long when it came to his move outs, and likewise, because he was being active on the map, he was losing drones back at home to the Zealot Ramwise, to the Zealot drops as well with the War Prism. Trig was all over it, and GG. GG, well played. As we are now getting ready here for our next series. For now, though, exclamation mark B in the chat if you want to have a look back yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over. Let's switch our scenes over here and catch up on the bracket. There's a lot to go over. Ooh. Let's go. Let's actually see if we can Scroll up a little bit. Bam. Okay, from the top, from the very top, as we are switching servers, we have Clem. Clem was waiting for his opponent. He's up against Rex in the second round. Rex takes down Nick 2-0. Scrolling down, we have Classic. Classic versus Skillus in a PvP. Best of luck to both Classic and Skillus. That could go either way. Scrolling down, we have herO. herO, he's up against Geralt, also in a Protoss versus Protoss match. They're in the round of 16. We are leaving some of these matches here to some of the other casters. We are focusing on the lower half of the bracket instead. Just need a moment to quickly set things up here as we scroll down on challenge. Bam. Here we go. Okay, from the bottom, or just going down, we have Trap. Trap versus Harsum. Harsum takes down Rebellion 2-0. So another PvP. A lot of PvPs going on in the upper half of the brackets. But scrolling down, we have MaxPax. MaxPax up against DNS. Another PvP. So many PvPs, papi. Ay, ay, ay. But another Protoss versus Protoss also ongoing. Scrolling down, we have Gumiho versus Creator. A Protoss versus Terran matchup. Let's go. Creator takes down Triple 2-0. And Gumiho and Creator, they are currently mid-series. And scrolling down a little bit further towards the bottom of the bracket, we have our next series, Trigger. He advances on over Smile. And up next on the channel, Trigger versus Beyond. Let's go. Let us go. That is our next series. That is what we want. And that is why we did jump on Trigger series initially. That was always the goal here. As we do set up our in-game players, and vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And I glossed over it, but scrolling down a little bit further, we have Nightmare. Nightmare gets a walkover in the first round. Nightmare is up against Solar, also in the lower half of the bracket. So we have the round of 16 fully underway. Now we can embrace it. Again, we're going to be casting Beyond versus Trigger. Winner. And we're going to be following this into the winner of Solar and Nightmare. We're going to be focusing here on the lower half of the brackets. That is where our attention does lie. As I did mention, if you want to cast some, or if you want to tune into some of these other matches, like Classic versus Skillus or Clem's matches, I believe there are some other, I believe, of course, Wardy is live. Wardy is covering his own matches. Quickly dipping in at Wardy, I'm not actually sure where he is. Never mind. Wardy is currently out of game, but I'm sure he's in the upper half of the bracket. Usually we try to spread out. Usually we do try to kind of approach different portions of the bracket so we avoid each other, and we're able to bring you as much or as many matches as we can live in English. So I'm sure he's somewhere out there in one of the other matches. I'm sure. But now though, vetoes are done and the lobby has been made. We're jumping to game 1 of Beyond and Trigger. Let's go. Jumping into game 1. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Pappy. It's Gamba time. Let's go. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player from the land of Canada representing Team Basilisk, living in the land of South Korea. It is Trigger. For those that are unaware, Trigger, he has been in Korea for the past, 4 months? It's been a while. I want to say 3 to 4 months. Trigger has been residing in Korea, has been practicing, has been improving, has been getting so damn good at StarCraft. He's been peaking here towards the end of the 2024 year, and it's been great to see his rate of improvement. We have seen Trigger take it to players like Beyond before, especially in most recent weeks. We'll see if he can do it again. So now Trigger just being as annoying as possible. Hazing away at that SU. Oh, doesn't get it. Trigger gets punished instead. Oh my god, the SCV survives. Probe goes down, and with that, Beyond takes a nice little lead here in the early game. Double gas open out of Beyond, going for a Rex into a factory. Delayed CC by Beyond, and Trigger is going to be a little bit more in the dark here than usual, as ideally would have liked to have seen the follow-up tech. The follow-up tech structure, just to ensure that there was no fast expansion. Reaper is on the way. And Trigger is going to be in the dark. Is going to be in the dark. There's that factory in production. Again, double gas leads into a faster factory. This can lead into a committed Widowmine drop. This can lead into a Cyclone drop, into Hellion, and even a Hellion drop here if there was a SCV out of the map for a proxy starport. There are options here for Beyond. Even Reaper Hellion aggression as well. So we'll keep an eye on him. For now, you can see the Reaper scouting, checking for proxy gateways. Making sure nothing weird is going on. And it's looking quite safe and secure. There we go, there's that natural base. Ooh, and it's not going to be the Widowmine, it is going to be the Hellion instead. Okay. Do you have my attention? Meanwhile, we have the take of choice for Trigger. He is not going for Stargate, going for a Twilight Council back at home. This makes sense on Ghost River. Again, Ghost River is one of the smallest maps in the map pool. Very short rush distance by ground. Because of that, I mean, aggression is favored, and getting to a Stargate opener is quite greedy. It's a very greedy way to play TVP, and you can get away, or I should say that Stargate openers are very common on larger maps, larger, more macro maps. On a smaller map like this, Twilight Council makes sense. Twilight Council into Blink. Oh, my apologies. I should also fix up the nameplate. There we go. Again, Beyond and Trigger. Beyond does poke in. Gets the adept, busts into the mineral line. But the Hellion does go down, and Trigger, he should defend without losing too much. A little bit delayed there with that Stalker when it comes to the reaction, but oh. The Reaper takes a lot of hits, and the Reaper does go down. Oh, by the probe! The probe's it has one kill. Let's go. The one Reaper kill here on the worker. Smashes on there by Trigger. Does defend. Beyond moving up with his own Widowmine drop. He's moving out with a mine drop. I mean, we spoke about the potential here with the 1-1-1, and this could be for the eventual mine drop here into the main. Doesn't find a way in yet. Still rotating. Looking for any kind of dive potential. Goes into the natural. Trigger, he does pull away in time. Pull away in time. One probe goes down for a Widowmine. Not quite worth it for Beyond. At least it does deny some mining time at least. As Beyond is going to be cornered, and Trigger, he does take extra gases here before expanding, and that is going to be for a faster Bay. So Bay into a Forge, it's going to be for faster Colossus production. Very safe play here from Trigger. Opting to tech up and get into Colossus before expanding. Oh, ooh, meanwhile, Beyond did a Rixon with that starport, has to bring it back. Bring it back, getting into his 2-1-1. Sorry, 3-1-1 setup. 3 axes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Army is set, and from here we can settle in. Trigger's probes are brutal. They are. They're built a little bit different here. A little bit. As Colossus production has begun, Trigger, he does spot the move out. He's aware, and ideally Trigger wants to slow this down. Speaking of, Stalker's here to engage. Up. Going for the tank. 1 Stalker, 2 Stalkers go down. Oh, a bit of miscontrol there by Trigger. Does blink a little bit too late. Again, that should not have happened. Tanks to do siege. Trigger buying time. Colossus does pop out. And Trigger is ready. Ideally, he also waits for the unsiege. There it is! Oh, doesn't quite get the mana back. Not quite. Same time, 4 probes going down. Imagine mine drop. Yep, coming back in. Nice snipe here in the observer. Faden behind the natural, behind the main. There you go back in. Decent Colossus swipes here, but the tanks are slowly pushing forward. They're getting within range of the Nexus. goal here for Bjorn to get within range to force a cancel on the third. And Trigger, he's leading out too much. Yeah, the third base is going to be denied. Yeah, massive tank bullies. Marauders as well. Diving on the Colossus. Colossus up. Oh my god, barely goes down. Colossus falls. Massive tank bullies on the Immortal. You see Trigger desperately trying to hold on. Gets one of the tanks. Oh, points a mine shot. Trigger, he's holding on. Cleans up all the Marines. Takes down the final tank. Not bad. Trigger holds. Whew. Trigger, he holds onto the third base. It barely survives. Likewise, the Colossus as well. One of them did go down. Meanwhile, auto charge into the main. Trigger, he does pull away in time. Does pull back. Trigger not getting map control. Still heavily down in economy as Bjorn has his third base fully saturated. So it's still an uphill battle here for Trigger. But at least he's still in this. Still in this. Trigger's trying to build up. Bjorn behind this, getting to his own Vikings. Ghost production as well. Pokes in. Nice force field. Trigger, he does catch both Widow Mines. So a bad trade here by Trigger. You can see Trigger also getting ready for a Zealot run by. Once Bjorn commits, Trigger can as well. We're just keeping up. Ghost production has begun. Vikings are amassing here for Bjorn as well. It's making 3 ghosts at a time. Catches the Observer. And from here, the game is going to slow down for a moment. Both players building up. Trigger getting to a second rover that could be assigned here of either Immortal or Disruptor production. One or the other. We'll see which. I mean, hey, we're on the current patch, so Disruptors, they still one-shot Marauders. True. Still have a lot of value. For now, getting into Immortals. Bjorn so quick to shut down those Observers. Bjorn is about to max out. He has how many ghosts? 6. Jesus. 6 ghosts for Bjorn. Trigger likewise also rotating. Keep up. EMP does connect. Yeah, pulling away. Doesn't commit. And again, this is giving Trigger the opportunity to build up his own army as well. Despite being down in supply, Trigger, he is catching up. Still embracing Mass Immortal. No Disruptors yet. Jesus, how many Immortals is he gonna have? He's got 5. He's gonna have 7. Oh my god. 7 Immortals. Both armies are posturing. Bjorn is maxed, but again, Trigger, he's catching up. And Stimming in, trying to trade so far. Nice mix here from Trigger. He does respond with most of his army. Coming in with his 7 Immortals. Let's go. Nice catch. Shaving off some Marauders. Oh, a bit of friendly fire there out of Trigger, killing his own Colossus there. Jesus. Don't think that was intentional. The Trigger, calm down. Down to 1. Vikings to your hand, they shut down the Colossus. The Immortal Army trading well here against the Marauders. Catching out more Vikings. Knocking down the Rooks. Trigger, he has the Concave, he's pushing in. Vikings force to land. Decent EMPs. Yeah, the EMPs, they shut down the Immortals. That's 2, 3, 4 Immortals going down, and Bjorn can just stim and win. He shuts down the entire army. I mean, this is what happens when there's no Storm, there's no Disruptors, no Colossus, no splash damage. Bjorn snowballs out of control. 11 SCVs may have gone down, but Bjorn, he takes the fight, and he can just keep pushing. He can send it. Can't just move out. Trigger trying to desperation hold here with Zealots, with Stalkers. 1 Colossus has arrived, but it shouldn't be enough. Oh, they're still Vikings. They can just lift. Can just lift up once again. Zealots going to be engaging. The last Immortals, they can hold their own. GG gets called, and Bjorn is going to take game number 1. GG. GG well played. A very interesting composition here out of Trigger. As a reminder, he was able to somewhat max out himself, but if you remember Trigger, he was delving into mass Immortal instead. Into a more hefty Immortal army instead of any Disruptors. And I mean, Immortals, they can do okay like in a head-on fight, but as we saw, the EMPs were brutal, and alas, it was just a really rough fight there for Trigger. As he lost everything. I mean, the EMPs, they blanketed the entire army, and the Immortals, they just evaporated. And now we're getting into game number 2. I mean, again, this more Immortal heavy composition, it can definitely work well. But a lot of it comes down to the angle of attack. It comes down to whether you can avoid those EMPs. In a head-on fight like that, you saw Trigger just completely melt and fall apart. But now we're getting into game number 2. And from here, I'm sure we'll have a very different approach. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Basilisk Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he bounce back. It is a Trigger. Here we go. So an interesting dynamic there in that first game between Trigger and Bjorn. Meanwhile, the probe has arrived, and we are setting up a proxy pylon. Let's go. Pylon has been placed, and Trigger is getting ready to lay siege upon Bjorn, going for the gateways, going for the earlier gateway aggression. I would imagine Zealots with Adepts reinforcing from across the map. The first gate is on the way. And we commit to the second gate. Okay, let's go. Why stop at 2? Show us the third gateway. Show us. Make a flower. Probe is coming in for a scout. Just gonna be 2 gates. Meanwhile, once again, Bjorn opening up double gas. Double gas opener, which means racks into factory on the high ground. Very safe play here at Beyond. And Trigger does confirm. Kind of, actually. Trigger, he was denied entry into the main, so Trigger, he's in the dark as to what's going on. Technically, there could be a CC on the high ground. True. Could happen. Reaper scouts. Reaper confirms. Sees both gateways. Bunkers on the way. Beyond is getting ready. He is gearing up for the defense. I believe the Zealots were cancelled. Yeah, the Zealots were cancelled, and now we have Stalkers on the way instead. Trigger recognizing that the Zealots just didn't really get much done. So Beyond moving out. Does hit that, does hit the main. Threatens the mineral line. Shield battery is ready. Trigger in position. Trigger defends. Tech of choice. Twilight Council once again. Something like a Stargate opener. I would say it has value here, and it would make sense on a map like Side Delta, but alas, Trigger just committing here to just something a little bit safer, something more well-rounded. Ooh, one probe goes down. Reaper does fall though. Better trade for Trigger. It's the one worker for a Reaper. Trigger moving out, so his gateways are still powered. Bear that in mind. they're still up there. Reinforcing with Stalkers. Wasn't really able to do too much damage initially, but likewise, Beyond didn't overreact either. Sure, he made a bunker, but the bunker can always be salvaged, and natural waste is now being taken. And Trigger, he does poke in. To blink. Ooh, tank volley going off. Again, it did feel like after Trigger, after he got scouted, basically he kind of let up. Can still reinforce though. And we will soon have those Blink Stalkers. Blink is almost halfway done. Okay. More tanks are building up, focusing on Beyond's opener. He did open up 1-1-1 into Banshee, actually. Banshee moving out to harass, while Trigger does take a third. Next on the horizon, Trigger still reinforcing, hoping to delay the move outs. But this also means that Trigger has nothing at home. So far, no Stalkers in the natural, no Stalkers in the main. The Warpin's on cooldown, probes are going down. Trigger's in trouble, there's the recall. Does recall in time. Keeps Banshee pinned. Finally, Beyond breaks out. Powers the gateways. And now we're headed towards a longer game state. Trigger the first to take a third. Getting to charge lots. No major splash damage yet here, as there are no gases taken at the natural. So no Bane to fast Colossus or fast Disruptors. Beyond is moving out. He is spotted by the Observer. Beyond pulls away. Blackbear still being chased by the Observer. Once again, hoping to try to catch a tank if at all possible. Speaking of, going for the tank. Going for the Raven. A little bit of split attention there. One tank goes down. Tank barely does survive. Trigger rotates over. Observer does fly too close to the Raven. Oh! Catching a medevac. Not bad. So medevac just ensures that there is no expansion. I mean, we can confirm that the third base is heavily delayed here for Bjorn. Third base just now beginning at the 720 mark. He's pushing. As he moves out, we do have the Stalkers moving in. Out with the reinforcements. Forces back at home. Bjorn will hold. Forcing a recall even. Bjorn is in the driver's seat. He now moves out across the map. Sieging up deep house. The gateways do have a surround coming in though. And Trigger, he comes in from behind, takes down every tank, or at least he tries to. Contact falls. Only the one. Yeah, barely the second tank goes down. Overcharge gets popped. And Trigger's holding. He's barely holding on this. Oh, I say that the Zelda go down. The boys are being pulled, and already so much damage. 11 now up to 13, 14 probes going down, and it looks like Bjorn may have just done it. Yeah, Bjorn may have just broken the back of Trigger, just barely. 19 probe kills, ay, ay, ay. Banshee still popping off, Banshee goes down. Has control there from Trigger. And Bjorn's not done. He's going to be pulling Trigger apart, double drop into the main. Herb's trying to keep up. Denying +1. Forge goes down. This Trigger desperately trying to hold on here. Will force back this drop. Oh my elbow! Oh god! I expect to sit. Will force back the drop. I mean, the full medevac goes down. Nice scene up here at a Trigger. Making the best out of a bad situation. But Bjorn has double the economy, double the worker count, plus mules. Bjorn is looking solid. The onus is on Trigger here to try to bounce back in some way. Zealot warp into the main, Zealot run by at the third base, DTs into either expansion, something. The prison's moving out. But the mines are going to be spent here. The mines are spent. Trigger pushing forward. I mean, the first Colossus has arrived. Let's go. Bouncing on the army. Warping into the main. SCVs are going down. So far so good. Zealots, they hit the third base as well. 7, 8 SCV kills. Bjorn getting pulled apart a little bit here. Up to 11 SCVs. And army pushes in. That's force field. Boys are being pulled into Zealots. Colossus sights going up, but the road is a hunt down the Colossus. Still a massive pickup here in favor of Bjorn. And despite losing 16 SCVs, and there's still Zealots in the main base, Bjorn still has a massive worker advantage. GG gets called, shuts down the army. Trigger was completely all in, and Bjorn will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Bjorn. Again, he was in the driver's seat. He had just achieved so much damage early on, able to shut down the main army, the Stalkers, the Colossus, and never really let go from there. Trigger was trying to stabilize, but as I did mention, he had potential with the Zealot runbys. He was getting some SCVs, but he needed more than just a handful of SCVs. He needed much more value, much more damage. Did not get them. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn does advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, where does he take us? Oh my, as we have an update in the chat. Oh my god, the updates are crazy. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Here we go. As we have updates, Nightmare takes on Solo 2-1. Now, we have seen Nightmare bring him down before, but Nightmare, his worst matchup is PVZ. That is where he struggles the most. So for Nightmare to knock Solo out, that is a massive, massive upset. And Nightmare now has a good chance to make a deeper run because honestly, Nightmare, he has some killer PvT. His best matchups are PvP and PvT single-handedly. I mean, he has brought down some bigger and bigger Terran and Protoss names in the past. We'll see if he can do it again. We shall see. As we are getting ready in the quarterfinals. As we are setting up. Looks like vetoes are underway. Any other updates? It looks like MaxPax takes down DNS 2-0. Does take the series. MaxPax does advance on. Meanwhile, Give Me Hope vs. Creator still ongoing. Any other updates here? It looks like we have Clem up against Classic. Classic takes down Skilless 2-1. Clem takes down Rex 2-1. Rex took a game off of Clem. Very impressive play there out of Rex. But outside of that, no other major updates here. And looks like we are just getting ready here for Beyond versus Nightmare. Vetoes are done. We're jumping in. So I do apologize if you hear me slurring my words a little bit. I've been casting since this morning, since, well, like 13 hours ago this morning. And I didn't get much rest in between, unfortunately. Not much rest. But well, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. So we're getting ready here for our next series. We're getting there. Game 1 once again. Gonna be on Ghost River. Let's go. Looks like it's gonna be Ghost River followed by Alkiona and Amphion? Question mark? We'll see. As you can hear the beast, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Un momento. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. Not Basilisk. I'll try to set up the team. Beautiful. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. And if you're in the chats, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As again, this could go either way. Nightmare, he has defeated Byeon plenty of times in the past. He has some killer PvT, and I am excited. I'm ready to embrace it once again. Meanwhile, again, a shout out and my condolences to Trigger, of course. He had a great run making it here to face up against Byeon, but unfortunately did meet its end. And yeah, the initial opener was just a little bit lackluster. Didn't really gain too much value with the initial 2 gate, if you recall. And yeah, just had a harder time just keeping up and getting value here against Byeon. But now we're settling in, and Nightmare setting up his own proxy. This time, 1 gateway at home and 1 gateway across the map. Should be leading into a Zealots with the Depth, of course, to reinforce, followed by Stalkers. Just early aggression here. But Byeon, once again, double gas. Double gas, faster factory. Should be safe and sound. There's our first Zealot on the way. I see in the chat. Hello, the Endario. Sending hugs from Europe. Gracias. Yes, gracias. Bienvenidos. This probe gets caught. I believe probe to get eyes on the factory just before it went down. So not a bad scout here from Nightmare. Reaper moves out. Reaper will come across the gateway. Now Byeon knows. Byeon is aware. Is aware of what's going on. Moving out across the map. Zell does commit. And back at home, we can see Byeon does have a bunker already. Bunker is set. Nightmare going to be expanding. Getting to a Stalker. And Nightmare is going to try and delay the bunker here. And it looks like he will be able to delay at least, but doesn't quite get any SCV kills. Oh yeah, nice control here out of Beyond. Does pull the weakened SCVs away. Holds onto the bunker, Cyclone arrives, and Beyond holds. Beyond does hold behind this, getting to his own third TC, into his starport, 1-1-1 setup. And Nightmare pulls back. Ooh, shuts down the Reaper, but not without losing 2 probes. Not a bad trade here for Beyond. Does get 2 workers. Again, when it comes to some of the results here from Challenge, like the reason why I followed this series here was I was expecting Solo to be the player facing off here in the quarterfinals, but I mean that is clearly not the case. Some crazy results here so far. Crazy, man. If I'm not mistaken, wait, was Solo the last Zerg player in the tournament? did I gloss over that fact? Is there no more Zerg? Oh no. Smurge. Yeah, I just confirmed. Yep. Solar, he went down and he was the only Zerg player in the round of 16. I mean, alongside Rex, of course. And they have both fallen, so no more Zerg, only Protoss and Terran. I mean, we're used to that when it comes to the WardiTV Mondays. We're used to just purely PvPs, so, I mean, it's nice that there's a lot of Terran representation at least as well. But it is what we're used to. Smurge. Feel Zerg, man. As Beyond does expand, the initial 2-gate opener here of Nightmare just didn't really pay off. Did delay the expansion, I suppose, but I'm sure Nightmare was hoping for a little bit more. This gateway is going to pull. Observer substance in the main. Nightmare is fully aware of the tech of choice. He even spots the researching tech lab on the starport. Very nice scout. So Nightmare, he's aware of the cloak Banshees. Observer is in position. Banshee goes down, and Nightmare holds. Shuts down the first Banshee. Second Banshee's on the way. But no major losses here for Nightmare. Oh! Observer gets caught. Barely gets away. Skirts out of the main. Skirt out. Likewise, second Banshee moving towards the main base of Nightmare. Oh. Nightmare catching a Cyclone. The base is exposed. See Nightmare in position here at the natural, but less so in the main. Banshee does dive in. Won't find too much value here though. Heads for the natural. Does get 3 probes. I mean, makes up for the earlier lost Banshee. True. Does make up for it. I'm pulling away. Gets out with the Banshee. Nightmare likewise getting to a very heavy gateway composition. Does take extra gases here at the natural, but so far no splash damage. No Storm or Colossus yet. Banshee goes down. Now speaking of splash damage, we have the answer. It is going to be Storm. Temple Archives on the way. That's going to be for Archons and Storm production. Could eventually get into more Colossus and Disruptors, but that would be in a much more later game state. Beyond does move out, Observer gets caught. Double drop towards the north. Nightmare being active. And the double drop does commit. Yeah, we have to recall. Nightmare forced into recalling. Does feedback one of the Metamax. I mean, that's all he could do. And so far, good response. Nightmare not losing anything. Beyond drops back in. This time we'll finish off some of those workers. 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, 4 probes going down. 5 probes even. A much better trade there for Beyond. Let's pull away. Does barely pull out. Likewise, Beyond still being very active with drop play, going for a double drop towards the south. See if you can pull Nightmare apart. So far, just a double drop so far. Main army pushing through the center. Ideally, one distracts and the other gets damage. When it comes to these two armies for Beyond. And this Nolan army is going to be the distraction. Takes down most of the Zealots. Double drop comes in. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ooh, that's a massive pick up. 400 minerals down the drain. Loads up into the main. Nightmare preparing. And the drop play does continue. Yanni commits into the natural. There is going to be a storm. A storm going up. Massive connection. That's still 11 probes going down. And the fourth base has not been replaced. Oh my god. Let's pick up there from Beyond. Gets away. Drops into the main. Forces another warp in. It's going to be cleaned up. Storm here to clean up everything left over. Jumping into the natural. 18 probes. 19. Oh my god. That I was not expecting. 19 workers going down. One medevac falls as well. WardiTV for Beyond. Just crippling the economy, and he's just forcing Nightmare to move out. So Nightmare is committed. He's down to 47 probes. Does have to commit. And setting up there. He's got Ghost, he's got EMP, his tank's a little bit late to siege. The EMPs do connect. Here comes the storm from the prism. Flanking storms as well. Let's go. The boys are being pulled. And does Nightmare have enough? It looks like he barely does not. And the Immortals, sorry, the Marauders, they hold their own. They take down the Immortal. The final Stalker. And Beyond holds. Beyond does hold. Not the cleanest of holds, don't get me wrong. That was how many ghosts dying? That was 3. 3 ghosts, plenty of bio, Marauders. Beyond does hold his own. As Nightmare is gearing up for round 2. Still with Mass Zealot into Archon, into Storm. It's a bold move here by Nightmare. I mean, it can work out. If Beyond takes an awful fight here out in the open, then maybe. I have to say that though. Beyond gets eyes on the High Templar. He knows. Rallying in between the bases, going for the ghosts. And he does catch them. There's going to be 2 ghosts going down. Massive pickup. Storm here on the army. Beyond out of position. He was going for a drop. Uh-oh. And Beyond is not ready for this. Workers are going down. Nightmare, he can just keep going. No shot. Drops a race back. Nightmare catching reinforcements. Has to be careful with their storms. Doesn't want to waste them. Storm turned away. Archon goes down. Storm here on the final ghost, but the ghost survives. And it looks like Beyond is barely holding. He's holding. Does cost him 22 SCVs, but he cleans up the army. He survives. Does barely survive. Suddenly now Nightmare is a player that's ahead in workers, ahead in economy. Beyond though, he does commit to a counterattack. There are plenty of Zealots to defend. Nightmare, he's holding. Takes down the Vikings. Oh my god. Doesn't quite get the MetaMax. But again, we're entering a very scrappy game state. Nightmare still just being hyper aggressive with that prism, just reinforcing. And Beyond did have some good moments, but when it mattered most, not quite. Nightmare is pulling his way back into this, taking another expansion, now finally taking up his 4th. Nightmare, he's in this. He's still in this here. Finally, we have more splash damage. It isn't just about storms. It's been so risky relying heavily here on purely storm. But now the Bay is on the way. That should be for Colossus and Disruptors. Nightmare, let's go. Beyond setting up his own counter drop. I mean, there's not much to defend back at home, so he might force a recall. Or at least a warp in. He sims in, forces back the army. They're going to catch the Immortal. The EMPs here on the Zealous, but Zealous are coming from behind. They attempt to set up us around massive storms. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Take down a good chunk of ghosts. Beyond trying to hold his own. Meanwhile, his own drop headed towards the 3rd. Yeah, Beyond's holding. Beyond, he does hold on. Nightmare forced back. Due to the MetaMax, I mean, mostly. MetaMax is cleaned up. But Nightmare still has momentum. And now finally, Colossus. Colossus production has begun. Second Robo as well. So Nightmare is stabilizing. And the pressure is now on Beyond. He is building up an army, that is true, but Beyond, his economy is lackluster. He's on, what, 57, now 58 SCVs. He has mules. Mules do help make up for it, but ideally, Beyond did want to be in a better position here. Now, this still comes down to the fight. It still comes down to the engage. I'm referring to the EMPs and the storms. It comes down to the spellcasters. I do give the edge to Nightmare, but we have seen Beyond come back from worse. Who was that? Is a Stargate on the way? Potential Sky Toss? I mean, we're still a ways away, but potentially. When it comes to Beyond, he needs to be active. I mean, he has been, just with mixed success. If he slows down, he's just allowing Nightmare to just build back up. Stargate's almost done. Beyond closing the gap in supply. There are 2 High Templar in the Prism. Oh, EMP goes off. Massive pickoff. Prism goes down, and both High Templar as well. Nightmare. Yes, to tighten things up. Can't afford those mistakes. Now moving forward. Oh, massive EMPs on the Stalkers. Collapsing on them. Decent zoning storm. Cells coming from behind. More storms on the way. AP's Colossus are going down to the Vikings. Storm doesn't connect. There's the overcharge. Archon now morphing in. Very valuable trades here by Beyond. Switching around, catching out the Stalkers. Once again, Zoning Storm doesn't connect. And Nightmare getting caught out in the open. There's not a fight he wanted. Now coming in from behind, but there's not really much of a surround here. Yeah, Colossus goes down, the Immortals as well, and Bjarni snowballs out of control. He does it. He breaks the main army. And what is there left? Almost nothing left here for Nightmare. Again, he was thinking about Skytos. Thinking about it at least. Nah. Not this time. So Bjarni does them in. We'll get the expansion, we'll get the 5th, and he just keep going. Can't just keep on going from here. He has done it. It was an intense game back and forth. There was some strong moments for Nightmare, but alas, in the end, yeah, Beyond just gained so much value, catching out High Templar. Remember, delayed Colossus and delayed Disruptive production here from Nightmare. Beyond is breaking through. And just looks to land the Vikings. GG gets called, and Björn takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very intense game 1 here. Again, it was very back and forth. There was some strong moments for Nightmare, strong moments for Björn as well. Last Björn did bring it back, was able to buy a lot of time, buy enough time to once again stabilize, and some very fortunate moments as well where he was able to catch the War Prism with both High Templar, able to land some juicy EMPs as well, and GG. GG, well played. Björn takes a lead. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Which I believe is going to be on Amphion. Oh no, the other one. Sorry. Alkiane. That's it. I'm going to be loading into Alkiane. Alright, getting into that second game. Let's go. And we'll see if Nightmare can make a series out of this, or if Björn will take it here and now. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkiane, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. One more game is all he needs to advance on to the semi-finals already. It is Björn. I just realized that, yeah, we're already in the quarterfinals and we're already looking to determine our first semi-finalist. Looking at some of these results, so it looks like we have more matches wrapping up here. Looks like herO did take down Geralt 2-1, went all the way to the ace match. Likewise, we did have a result coming in from the side of Gumiho. Gumiho takes down Creator 2-1 as well, went all the way to game 3. And that does mean that in the lower quarterfinals, we have MaxPax and Gumiho currently facing up to face off against the winner of this very series. So we have some banger PVCs ahead of us, or at least that are ongoing. But for now, we're focusing on our series here and now. Again, Nightmare, he had a pretty good start to the game, to the series. Wasn't too bad at all. And Edge even had the lead, but alas, did slip through his fingers. He's unable to maintain himself. So we do settle in. Once again, double gas. We've seen this every game so far, in not just this series, I think maybe even every game against Trigger as well, but Björn has opened up double gas into a faster factory. Very safe play here from Björn. But once again, very safe play. Meanwhile, Nightmare back at home, just going for a gate expanded Cybercore, and we'll see what kind of tech he does commit into. So far, every game, it has been a Twilight Council opener of some kind from Nightmare. Likewise, Björn checks the linear third base for a proxy, and likewise checking the triangular third as well. Making sure that nothing is amiss. As we have our take of choice, this time not a Stargate, it is going to be a Twilight Council here. From Nightmare with this and going to Glaives and going to Blink. I can go into Dark Templar as well. We'll see what he does commit into. We shall see. I mean, this should just be Blink. Jesus, my apologies. In my brain, look, it's been a long day. In my brain, I thought I was in a PVZ, and I was like, yo, like, Glaives or DTs, what? Okay. It's just gonna be Blink. Standard Blink-based opener here out of Nightmare. No Stargates, no Phoenixes. Just Blink, and the question becomes how many gateways? That's the question that should be asked, not Glaives or DTs. Again, my apologies, my brain was on autopilot. It's been a long day of casting. For those that are curious, earlier this morning we were live casting SEL, which was the StarCraft Evolution League. We were casting the semifinals and the finals. It was a banger of a match, by the way. It was a best of 7, so do recommend it. Do recommend the VODs. But here we are, just focusing on our quarterfinals match. Okay, we're back. We're awake, Pappy. We're awake. But that was legit my brain on autopilot, like seeing Twilight Council and then referring to PVZ. Jesus. Alright, well, we're back. We're present. Meanwhile, Beyond back at home with that initial double gas into 111. He's going into, Ravens. Okay, if you remember, previously he did go for a Weird Mind drop. Here he is doing so as well, but with Marines. So a little bit more committed out of Beyond. Does poke into the mineral line. Oh, so far though, Nightmare he's keeping up. Base at the mine shot. Nice cleanup here out of Nightmare. Meanwhile, Beyond does hit the third base. And will clean up at least that, but no, never mind. Reaper goes down. Good defense so far by Nightmare. He keeps up with the Reapers, keeps up with the Hellion. The drop does no damage. And Nightmare holds. So far, so good. Shuts down the drop, shuts down the Widow Mine. At least Beyond, though, is aware of the tech of choice. Is aware of the Blink-based opener. And how many gates? Just 2 gate. 2 gate Blink into a third. Very greedy, very economic. I say greedy. Very economic build here by Nightmare. So far, so good. Headed towards the mid game. Meanwhile, across the map, Beyond, he's still committed on 2 bases, getting a third Rax, getting to a 3-1-1 setup. So far, pretty standard. We should soon be seeing the third CC. Observer pokes in, confirms the production, confirms the setup. Oh my god, that's a massive gateway explosion! Beyond scouts! Jesus. We can see Nightmare getting up to 8 gates on 3 bases, rushing into charge as well. So very gateway heavy. And getting to his splash damage of choice. Once again, he's going into faster Storm, not Colossus. Gotta be honest, I know what it was about the comment earlier, but I'm awake again. Let's go. That's what I needed. Beyond vying for map control. Zones back the Stalkers. Behind this, Stim almost done. Beyond is quite committed here, by the way. I mentioned earlier that we should soon be seeing a third CC, but there is none yet. So quite committed. Beyond is pushing. Nightmare back at home has a shield battery. Charge almost done. But Storm, it just began, actually. We'll see if Nightmare can hold on. Hellion slips in. Okay, so Beyond is not going for a main push, he's going for a double drop towards right hand side. At the same time, third base on location. Third base is being taken on location. Beyond tries to move out. Likewise, Nightmare trying to catch him. Beyond slips by. The 2 ships, they pass in the night. Yeah, they completely miss each other. Beyond was looking for Stalkers. Oh, he finds them. Does find the Stalkers. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets up. Almost 3. But 2 Stalkers go down. Nice trade here for Beyond. Likewise, trying to drag the army within tank range as well. But Nightmare pulls back. He holds. They're building up a lot of charge lots. Storm is now done as well. How many had Templar? It's going to be 5. Oh my god. 5 High Templar for Nightmare. Hopefully this time Nightmare doesn't lose the Warp Prism, as Bjorn was very fortunate and, again, very vigilant when it came to sniping that Prism previously in the last game. Goes down the runway, gets scouted. Bjorn knows, he pulls back. Does pull back. Bjorn tries to commit in. Tanks are looking exposed. Zealots, they hit the natural. Mine shots go off. And they force a recall. That's going to appear by Bjorn. Tanks are exposed. And do they go down? They do not. They barely survive. Bjorn, calm down. Saves the tanks. Saves the tanks. Saves the mineral line. We'll see if he can keep going from here. Can he save the world? So far, Nightmare still building up. Still has 3 High Templar in that Prism. I mean, that Prism still poses a massive threat here to Bjorn. Speaking of, oh, going for the feedbacks. There's 2 Storms. Chargers diving in. They take a massive Mind Shield to the face. Value trades here by Bjorn. Stimming in. Rotating over. Towards the 3rd. Again, there's still Storms available. Plenty of Storms, actually. There's more High Templar on the right-hand side. And with so many Storms, Bjorn can't really push in. Stipple away. Stipple back. Nightmare building up. Now working towards the Bay, working towards Colossus and Disruptors. Rotating around. The Mind Shield up! Mind Shield's going up! Ooh. No major connections. Connecting with the Stalkers, not with the High Templar. At the same time, pushing on the right hand side, catching a High Templar. Massive pickup. High Templar goes down. Oh, the Mind Shields! Oh my god. Once again, going over the Zealots and the Stalkers. And beautiful trades here by Bjorn. He's pulling Nightmare apart. I mean, Nightmare, he's keeping up. I should emphasize that. He's keeping up so far with Bjorn, but just barely. Bjorn is still at trading. He does consolidate his army. Nightmare has eyes on all of this. The Observer is aware. See Nightmare making 2 Colossus at a time. Backing up more energy for the Storms. Prism is going in. Oh! Prism comes in. Storm does zone. So far, nice control here from Nightmare. Pull back. Now Bjorn does have to retreat. Pull back to the midway mark. Now getting a 4 CC. I mean, this 4th base is a little bit delayed here for Bjorn. I mean, Bjorn has been hyper aggressive this game. Is now getting a 4th. Meanwhile, Nightmare pulling back, getting into a Dark Shrine. And both players have a moment to breathe. They can breathe back. Oof. And now Nightmare doesn't just have to rely on Storms. Now it's Storms and Colossus, so he has more consistent splash damage. He can spare tech and spare resources, taking into a Dark Shrine, into DT Harass. And both players are maxing out. Both armies are maxing. No Skytoss yet here at a Nightmare. Still just committing to his ground-based army. Still just committed. Second Starport just now finishing up for Bjorn. With that, can go into Vikings and the potentially Liberators as well. Prism is denied. Bjorn holds. Stargate's on the way. It's the first sign of Skytoss. Let's go. We'll see if we can get there. See if we can get there. This Nightmare does escape with the Warp Prism, does escape the clutches of the Vikings for the time being. Oh, I spoke too soon. Vikings, they do find it. Prism goes down. Nice pickup. Yeah, still posturing. clustering around the map. Fusion cores on the way. That should be for Liberator range. I don't believe Beyond has any Liberators yet. Yeah, not quite yet. But he's taking in that direction. So he tries to open up attack clouds. Rotates to the right hand side. Cannons and Shibaris are not quite done. How about the Storm Tower? Beyond, he does stim in, does focus down most of the side defense. Nice cleanup. Morphing in, you have more charges on the way as well, but the EMPs are brutal. Where are the storms? EMP connects, both EMPs connect. No storm on the right hand side. But Beyond does leave most of his army behind. One full medevac goes down. A nice cleanup here on the Nightmare, and Beyond, he plummets in supply. That was not the fight he was hoping for. Nice Templar. Oh my god. Massive pickups. Templar going down. No Liberators yet. We did overextend previously. He's calming down. Getting to +3. Oh. As Nightmare calms things down as he pushes with the main army. Massive DT run by. Oh no, we've seen them one-shot planetaries before, or even two-shot. Notice that's the first wipe, and the second. Two-shot the planetary. Ay, ay, ay. Mass around. 24 SCV kills. Jesus. The power of the Invisible Man. They're crazy. Nightmare, he blinks away, escapes with most of his boys. Most of the Dark Templar. And just like that, Beyond, his economy is crippled. And Nightmare, I mean, he's maxed. That 200 supply. Ay, ay, ay. And they come back. No, they want more. They're back. Okay, we're good. It's like, have you not taken enough? They're so greedy. They're looking for another expansion. Oh my god, even finding the main army. Blinking on top of the Marauders. Here comes the main army from Nightmare. Pushing right down mid. Catches both of those tanks. Doesn't keep pushing. Still playing it carefully. Does have a bank to work with. Doesn't want to throw anything away. Taking more bases, taking more expansions. I mean, Beyond has yet to really apply any pressure to these bases and really go for any critical economic damage. This hasn't happened. So this Vikings age zone away the Colossus. High Templar a little bit too far back. A bit too far back. CMP's on the cell run by. Main army pushing in. Colossus, one of them at least should be going down. Pushing in, still maxed. Colossus goes down. Nice pickup. How many High Templar? 5. 5 High Templar for Nightmare. Going for Zealot run by. So far, he is maintaining himself. Let's say deny the 5th. Oh. So far, good EMPs. Who else goes down? Yeah, Storm does denied. Massive EMPs on the High Templar. Beyond, he can take the fight. Oh my god. Despite being down in supply, I mean, he's losing more SCVs. Like, more SCVs are going down, but Beyond, he's committed. He has to push in. There is a storm behind this. Yeah, there is that one storm available. Oh my god. I say that, another flanking attempt, but massive storm connects. Ay, ay, ay. Nice EMPs. Alazelse collapsing the army. Warping gets denied. But you can see here, Beyond, he's running out of steam. His army is overstimmed. Vikings, they land desperately so. Nice EMPs. Bjorn, he's holding. But reinforcements have arrived. He can only hold on for so long. Ghosts go down, Vikings go down, and Bjorn gets cleaned up. And Bjorn just doesn't have the saturation to maintain himself. Bjorn, he plummets in supply, and yeah, coming back from this kind of deficit here, it will take a miracle. Just because Nightmare is going to remax so quick. Like he's still active, he still has Colossus, 8 High Templar, they're coming in to reinforce. What is Nightmare missing? A War Prism. He's missing a War Prism to reinforce. As he's pushing in. Bjorn tries to come in for a flank. No Ghost, no EMPs, boys are being pulled. And that's how desperate Bjorn is. And Nightmare, he takes it. GG gets called. We are going to the ace match as Nightmare ties up the series 1-1. We're going to game 3. Whew. GG. A very, very intense game. Very intense back and forth as well. Of course, Bjorn was hyper committed. Why? Well, because of the counterattacks and run buys. Whether it was Zealot run buys or, more importantly, Dark Templar counterattacks, we saw Nightmare just pop off, sniping bases, sniping mineral lines. That did cripple Bjorn. It did mean that he had no longevity in that game. He had to go then and there. The pressure was on. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Happy. Yeah. It's all good. Fully operational. I'm trying, Papi. I'm trying. Oh, meanwhile, looks like we're being joined by some of the other casters. I guess they wrapped up the series they were going for. Again, I'm not too sure what series Wardy was casting himself, but it looks like maybe the upper matches have concluded. Let's see here. Clem versus... Okay. Clem takes down Classic 2-0. It's possible that maybe Wardy was covering Clem versus Classic. If so, I mean, that did just wrap up. So Clem advances on to the semifinals. herO versus Trap is currently mid-series. Likewise, MaxPax takes down Gumiho 2-0, and MaxPax is waiting for the winner of this match. Now, because Wardy has joined us, that does most likely confirm the plan here moving forward. We are gonna finish wrapping up this series. Nightmare versus Bjorn, of course, in the ace match. Winner goes up against MaxPax. We'll most likely follow this into MaxPax first, then the upper semis, then the grand finals. The way that the WardiTV Monday works here is that both semis are casted. We are going to be casting both semifinals, one after the other, then the finals. So, in a way, we have limited matches ahead of us. It's going to be 3 more matches after this. But for now, we are settling in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, and tying up the series 1-1 in that last game. We'll see if he can keep up that momentum. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from South Korea representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Go. herO versus Trap still going on. Yes, that's apologies if I didn't make that clear, but that is what I did just mention. They just mentioned that herO versus Trap is still ongoing, and that most likely Wardy was covering I think Clem's match. Yes, as I did mention, we do have 3 more series ahead of us, 2 semis and the grand finals. That is the plan. Meanwhile, Bjorn going for a bit of a fake proxy Rax here. Rax at the center location. But Nightmare is scouting, does scout, and it looks like he will come across the Rax in the end. It might even delay it. Yeah, the purpose here to tase away, to be a nuisance, but it looks like the Rax should complete. I'm sure Nightmare, I don't have a direct translation, but he's saying, mate, what's going on? What's happening right now? Why are you here? Bjorn's like, leave me alone. Aye. But thankfully the Rex finishes. The Rex does complete, SCV gets the hell out of there, and at least Nightmare knows, even though he scouts the main, he sees there's no Rex, he knows where it is. Does know where it is. From here we can settle in. Oh, the banter, Pappy, the banter. I know that Byun is laughing. And Nightmare, he's TTing. As the probe does dip in, he wants the SCV. Oh, what about? He gets it. Oh my god. SCV goes down. That should not have happened. A 1-to-1 trade. As Byun does shut the probe down at least. But was maybe otherwise distracted by the chat rush. Let's go. Nightmare pulling one over on him. Once again, Twilight Counter opener. As I didn't mention last time, this should be Twilight Counter with the Blink into a Blink-based build. How many gateways is the big question. Technically, this can be a DT-based opener, but I don't think Nightmare is really one to embrace Dark Templar. It's a very niche build and very risky as well in this matchup, so we expect Blink instead. Do expect Blink. Reaper dipping in. Behind the mineral line. Oh. Only semis? That's not traditional. Finals or bust. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. As one more probe goes down, Reaper wreaking havoc. Can he get another? He can. 2 probe kills. Very nice damage. Is cleaned up. But a solid trade nonetheless. And checking the vision here of Byun, I believe he did scout and confirm the tech. He did. Again, Twilight Council Blink-based opener. Second gateway in the main. It should be 2-gate Blink into a third, I would imagine. We'll see if Nightmare throws down extra gateways. Back at home, Byun expanding. Is a delayed TC. As a reminder, Byun did open up double gas into a faster factory. And it looks like, similarly to the previous game, Byun is going for a Widowmine drop. Widowmine Marine drop even. Very similar to game number 2. Oh, he had to say shade in. They delay the add-on swap. Oh my god. They bust into the main. They get an SCV. They get 1. They're getting 2. Ah, this should not have happened. It's getting very unfortunately timed here for Byun. We'll hunt this down, but likewise we'll delay the drop and delay the Banshees as a cloak is being researched for the Banshees. So Tank Cloak Banshee here for Byun. Again, this has been a very trendy, very popular build over the past couple of months in PvP. You can approach this in a couple different ways, but typically we would see Banshees harassing the main while the main army pushes towards the third or the natural. That's usually how things go. Nightmare, I believe, did scout the tech. He saw the 1-1 setup. It looks like he didn't quite see the tech lab researching, not at the time. But thankfully does have a robot, does have observers. Meanwhile, we have confirmation, 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink into a third. Extra gases are being taken. These extra gases do typically signify that Nightmare is going to be throwing down tech before expanding. We'll see if that's the case. If he does throw down the bay. Now it's moving out, still looking to reinforce. And we're up against 3 Stalkers at a time. Runs into the main army. Oof, that's going to be 2 Stalkers falling. That was an expensive loss here for Nightmare. Losing some of their Stalkers. Main army moves out. Nightmare commits in. There's not much at home here to defend. The tank is exposed. He's going for it. Yeah, tank is going to go down. 1 more volley. Does fall. At the same time, Banshee does harass into the main base. The main army pushes towards the third. Still no third base for Nightmare. Still contained on 2 bases. And where is that detection? Observer does race back. 3 probe kills so far. 4 probe kills. Very nice damage dealt here by the Banshee. And still no third expansion. Ay, ay, ay. And there's that faster tech. It is going to be Temple Archives charged on Storm for Nexus. You have Nightmare just pulling back. Likewise, Byun settling in. Working towards his 3-1-1. Stim is on the way, building in more tanks. No third CC yet. At this point, Beyond, there we go. I was going to say he has to make a choice, either throw down a third CC or throw down extra maxes. He made a choice. It is the expansion. So Beyond is building up towards the mid-game. Nightmare trying to hold his own. Gathering energy for some storms. Likewise, Banshee gets cleaned up. Nicely done. Can calm things down. Oh! Beyond catching a Stalker. Also, don't appreciate the updates. It looks like herO did take down Trap, so we have the upper semifinals ready. It's going to be herO versus Clem, and I believe lower semifinals is going to be MaxPax versus either one of these two players. When it comes to which series we cast first, it is up to Wardy's discretion, which one we do cover initially. I would imagine up first should be Clem versus herO, just because they are ready first, and it would give the winner of this series some time to rest before their match. But we'll see. So now 11 probes went down here to the Banshee harass. Ay, ay, ay. Banshees, they have been getting out of hand. Meanwhile, Beyond getting his third base up and running, taking into Ghost, getting to +1, and it looks like we are looking to embrace a longer game state here. We're getting in towards the mid game. We're calming things down. No hyper aggression. Now getting into the bait. Working towards Colossus. We actually haven't seen Nightmare embrace disruptors yet, as we do have a Storm jump into the mineral line. Oh my god! Very committed. Yeah, Storms in the mineral line on the main army as well. 6 SCV kills. Oof. 1 High Templar falls. But the Prism will get out. Get a very risky maneuver here from Nightmare, but it does pay off in the end. Going for another Storm. Oh my god, the army just walks in. Jesus. So much value. Nightmare popping up. He has to get the hell out of here. What's important, he saves 3 of those High Templar. I can pull back and replenish that with a wall of Zealots. I got you, I got you. Spiana is moving out. Flying from map control. Prism did make it back home. Safe and sound for the time being. Meanwhile, Zelrombe hits a third base, but this does feel a little bit premature for Nightmare. Ideally, you want to wait for Beyond's main army to move out and have confirmation of the move out as well, and then you come in with the backstab. It's all at the same time this time. So Beyond was ready. So he was chilling back at home. So Beyond does move out. Once again, does have a lot of potential here with when it comes to those EMPs. And Beyond max off. Still building up, getting to more Viking production, more ghosts. You know the mind is tired when you think of the movie Ghost. When I said that, Jesus. But here we go. Nightmare pushing in, gets eyes on the would-be 4th. 3 High Templar in the Prism. Storms are available. Oh, going for the EMPs. There's the EMP. Likewise, landing a feedback. Storm does connect. And there's how many High Templar left? There's 7. Most of them, I believe, are back at home. Yeah, most of the High Templar are back at home. Zealot run by setup. Banshees are still alive from the early game. Oh, I mean, they were. One of them just went down. But very impressive. They haven't left idle until now. And Nightmare comes in from behind, comes in for a surround. Massive Storm. Cells collapse on the Ghost. Storm is, oh my god, on the Ghost. So many of them go down, but that was the final storm. Planetary does fall. But from here, Nightmare has to get the hell out of here. Plummets in supply. It wasn't a bad trade, but he loses every single High Templar, the Colossus, the Immortals, everything. Does have reinforcing High Templar though. Nightmare can hold. Still some brutal losses. So he does hold on, taking top right, taking another expansion. Beyond having to retake the center base. As Beyond is getting ready for his push, for his move out, I mean, Nightmare, he will now have Colossus. They're coming. Alongside +3. As I'll say, they are moving towards the third. Beyond is ready. Armies are still comparable to each other. Beyond has a lot of supply here when into his economy. He's up to 91 SCVs. 92. That's a lot of SCVs. That's a lot of oversaturation here at the center base. Ay, ay, ay. Beyond pulling a TY, he's ready to lose SCVs. Question, how do you maintain your economy? Just overmake workers. So when you lose like 10 or 15 workers, like you're still good. Let's go. Beyond to 95 SCVs. Jesus. And again, I feel like that's hurting him more than helping him, really. See if Nightmare gets away with it. So far, dipping into the bases. Looking for a way in. Very careful to overextend. A very delicate dance here between Nightmare and Beyond. They'll say do go for the mineral line. So far, Beyond is keeping up. Massive EMPs. Oh my god. He catches the Colossus, the Stalkers, One-Eye Templar. Has to pull away. And it does have to pull back. Has to replenish those shields. Likewise, Beyond waiting for 3-3. 3-3 almost done here for Beyond. A wasted storm here on Marauders. At the same time, this time there's no massive DT counterattack. Is there a Dark Shrine? There is not. That's kind of the tech that Nightmare is missing is DTs. Oh, sorry, a Dark Shrine and just a massive DT counterattack. We saw that wreak havoc here in game 2. Oh, gets High Templar. Nice pickup. Nightmare taking the center base. Clearly, SCG is about making the money. I mean, kind of. Kind of. It's about being efficient, right? How much you can make and how you spend. Beyond is building up that bank. I'm still concerned, very much so, with the high SCV counts. Oof. Storm will zone. Right end base is denied, so far so good. Same time, Zell say do hit the third base, at least denying some mining time. But as I just mentioned, because Beyond has so many SCVs, I mean, he can afford to lose some of them. Yeah. The TY style of making SCVs. Just make them to lose them. Let's go. He's ready. unironically, like if Nightmare comes in, if Nightmare kills the mineral line, it means less now because Byun has 90 plus workers. Like it, man. You like it. So you have another flanking storm. The main army. One ghost, two ghosts go down. Fleet back, leading out another High Templar. Nightmare, finally, this is what I was waiting for. We have a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. We're getting ready for Sky Toss. Byun scans, Byun confirms that there is going to be Sky Toss on the horizon. He's aware. Nightmare at least denying some expansions, some of them. Vital. As the MP of the Archons, charge, let's say dive in the army. Ghosts are being charged down. There's two ghosts left. There's one. Zero ghosts left. Oh my god. Good pickups here by Nightmare. Marauders are coming from behind. They catch the army. Flanking the Stalkers. Zealots, they do go for the mineral line. They get 8 SCVs, but again, Byun is still on 80 workers. He's still okay. Oh my god. And finally, Byun has had enough defending. He's been stuck at home for, the past couple of minutes. He's going for a triple drop. Nightmare is moving in. Liberator production has begun for Byun. Just get back up to 89 SCVs. Let's go. Byun does stay in. Massive EMPs, denies the recall. With that, the base is going to go down. You see Nightmare trying to keep up. Doom Drop threatens the main base, but Nightmare is more than prepared. Uh-oh. As I say that, he blinks in. He gets 1, he gets 2 Metamax. He gets 2, he gets 3, he gets 4, and the entire army is just completely, it's isolated. It's completely shut down. Oh my god. The entire army crumbles. At the same time, DTs, they do hit the planetary, and it's going to go down. DT falls. Sorry, planetary falls to the DTs. They do blink away. Massive pickup. Nightmare rotating over, going for another expansion. Byun out of position. Another planetary goes down. 17 SCV kills. As 2 planetaries falling. Byun having a hard time keeping up. At least there are plenty of orbitals, so Byun, he can replace those bases quite easily. Let's replenish. EMPs. Once again, Byun holding on. He's holding. Liberation has arrived. He's making 4 libs at a time. Oh, let's just say that there are 2 or 3 liberators left exposed. Oh. Swinging storm. Nightmare, he rotates once again, going for the planetary. Storm on the army. But this time it looks like Byun should be able to hold on. And he saves the next, the planetary. He'll save it. Starport's on the way. Nightmare, he does want that expansion. He wants it. He gets it as well. Another brutal pickup. Pulling back. Trying to replace his bases. Liberators that's exposed. 1, 2, 3 Liberators going down. 4 Liberators even. As Nightmare, he's on the run. He has to get the hell out of here. Does bomb in supply. He lost most of his army trading with the planetaries. He does pull back. And Beyond, he's super maxed at this point. As you can see, Beyond, his cut workers at 72. He's been losing SCVs, but he hasn't been replacing them anywhere near as quickly, I should say. I'm still in this. Let's go. Main army poking in. DTs, they hit bottom right, they take down the base, they're going for the planetary. This time they wouldn't quite get it. Regardless, nice pick up here. Oh, Nightmare. More CCs on the way for Spirit. More command centers. Here we go, Nightmare. He has been able to replenish his army. Topped up once again. He does overextend there. The Colossus, they didn't really add too much DPS. So many Zealots just went down, and the Colossus, they were not a part of the fight. And they were stuck focusing elsewhere on the CC, on the mineral line. Yeah, I'm getting another expansion. Let's go. Finally being active. Pushing on the left hand side. Yanni does rock up. So far so good. Going for the Nexus. Nexus goes down. Yan trying to keep up, but there's no way out of this. Yan is cleaned up. Still quite intense. I mentioned before the Skytoss transition, and am I crazy? Did we get a fleet beacon? We did. We did get the fleet beacon, but Nightmare, he never quite embraced the Skytoss. Instead, pushing in. These Storms, that's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Ooh. Storms mainly used to the zone. Mainly zoning. Brutally MP. Oh, let's get to Colossus. See someone asking in chat, is this on the patch? It is not on the new patch. You can tell because of the map that we're on. If it's on the if it's on the PTR, then you would notice the old map. Oh my god, the storms are crazy! Storms pop up, the flanking storms as well. We get a full surround, then we have the cleanup as well. The medics fall, and 2 empty medevacs do survive. Massive pickoffs. Bjarni's in trouble. He lost almost everything. CC's under fire. But yeah, tournaments on the PTR don't use the current map pool. So if you see maps like Alkione, like Site Delta, then you'd know that it is not on the PTR. As Nightmare is snowballing out of control. Catching Beyond out one too many times. Liberator's trying to hold on, but that's 19 SCV kills, and Nightmare, he doesn't have to push into the natural, he just go for the third. Just go for the third bases, blinks in, takes down the libs one after the other. He has one storm left. Oh, can he get the ghost? Oh, quite. Oh, the CC goes down. Jesus. The Colossus go ham. Zelda coming to reinforce, and Beyond, he has been broken. A very intense back and forth, and I mean, even in game 2, game 3, game 1, there were strong moments for both players. But last GG gets called a Nightmare. He does it. He takes down Beyond 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare, he has brought Beyond down before, and he has done it again. Still though a very intense back and forth. Mostly relying on mid to late game play here, both in game 3 and in game 2 as well. That is what our players are more so known for. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Oh my god. Again, congratulations to Nightmare. My condolences to Beyond, as Beyond, he does bow out of the tournament. He is knocked out. As a reminder, this is a single elimination, and we can take this moment to have a look at the bracket itself. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the brackets. Ooh, as we do make sure we don't get left behind. Looks like We have some updates here. Again, MaxPax was waiting for the win of the series. It looks like MaxPax versus Nightmare is going to be coming up after the current series. What's up next? Scrolling up, we have Clem versus herO in a best of 3. And I do need a moment to get that going. herO, Clem, WardiTV Gaming, and Team Liquid. Beautiful. So we're getting our players ready here. Looks like the vetoes are done. I mean, herO and Clem have been waiting for quite some time to be casted, so vetoes have concluded, and now we can embrace our next series here. Oh. So just to reiterate once again, we do have 3 matches left here in tonight's broadcast. It is going to be the 2 semifinals. It's going to be herO versus Clem, followed by MaxPax versus Nightmare, followed by the grand finals. And the question becomes, can anyone stop Clem and MaxPax from facing in those finals? As again, they do often face off, especially during the ESL Open Cup era of StarCraft. We have seen upsets over the past couple of months. We have seen players like Shin, players like Bjorn, players like Solar bring MaxPax and Clem down. Have seen it in the past. Will it happen again, though? Will it happen again? Or will they meet? Are they destined to meet in the finals? Oh no. As bam, there we go. Beautiful. As we are ready here. Again, Vitas is done. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. And if you're in the chats, Gamba, predictions will soon be open. Don't you worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. The Storms for the MVP, they were. I mean, it was a mixture of things, right? Like, we saw many a flanking Storm throughout the series for Nightmare. Likewise, we saw many a Zealot and DT counterattack and run by as well, where Bjorn was otherwise preoccupied, or because Bjorn was maxed, he didn't quite have units in position to defend, so he would lose base after base. We saw that over time, Nightmare did pull him apart, but now we're embracing a very different TVP as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing WardiTV Gaming, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. The current world champion, the best player in the world, it is Clem. And if you are in the chats, you know what time it is. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. As if anyone can stop Clem, I mean, I will say that herO is one of them. herO, he is the best Protoss player in all of South Korea. He has been looking quite strong in recent weeks. herO did take a break. For those that are unaware, herO, he did go on vacation after Esports World Cup and after WTL. He did go on a vacation. Did take a break for like a month or 2, but did recently come back, relatively recently came back to competing in the off-season of EPT. And herO was looking a little bit shaky his first week back, but he has reclaimed his otherwise lost skill and is looking on point. Coming into this, I do still favor Clem 100%, right? Like, it's hard to ever bet really against Clem, as he is the world champion. He's the best player in the world. But despite that, Clem is not infallible, right? We have seen players like herO, players like Dark, players like Shin, players like MaxPax even as well. Bjorn in TBT, like, we have seen them threaten Clem, take maps, and even take series ever since EWC. I would not say that it's like a regular occurrence, not at all, but it's like maybe like once a week sort of thing, or maybe once every 2 weeks. He's brought down by some of these other players, so they have it in them, and it's always good to see like competition and just a more back and forth kind of dynamic here at the highest level of play amongst the top players, showing that they are still quite competitive with each other. As for now, we are getting into our openers of choice. This time, it is going to be a Rax Expand. It is going to be an economic opener here out of Clem. We have not seen this at all today. We've been casting a lot of Bjorn, and Bjorn has been going double gas exclusively almost every single game. So this is it is refreshing. It is refreshing from Clem, going for an economic opener. Meanwhile, across the map, herO opening up with a Twilight Council into Blink. The question becomes, how many gateways, how aggressive or how economic is this Blink opener going to be? Here we go. Catching with the chat. So a guaranteed Protoss final. Yes, we are guaranteed at least one Protoss player in the finals. It could be a PvP finals as well. Yet to be determined. I think the new maps may have more impact on balance than anything in the patch. I would have said that if the overcharge change wasn't a thing. I do think that's a big change. Maybe not the biggest change balance-wise, but biggest change like style-wise. And I would say it's definitely a beneficial thing, a beneficial change. But outside of that, I do agree that the map pool does dictate playstyles more often than not. Does dictate, you know, what is favored, what isn't, when it comes to builds as well. And does often dictate the meta. For the time being, we are going to be settling in. Clem behind this, getting to his 1-1-1. So working towards the mid game. And is already working on his tank production as well. Tank Raven, not Tank Banshee. As the death goes down, does take down the Reaper at least. At the same time, Widowmine job threatens the natural, but we do see herO in position, and he does zone the Widowmines away. So far, so good here for herO. Does hold. Then pulling back, looking for another way in. Here we go. As we do see the Widowmine job rotating over towards the main. Do rotate over. They threaten to dive. There are some stalkers in position. Blink is done. We'll see if herO can keep up. So far, so good. Clem just biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment before he does go in with Widowmines. Likewise, herO taking his third base. So 2-gate Blink into a third, now into charge, into Colossus production. Working towards the mid game. Likewise, so is Clem. And Clem is not all in. Third CC's on the way. It's in the main. Working towards Stim, and is building up. So we're just calming things down, embracing the mid game. Clem is being active. Ideally, herO wants to spot this and slow it down, but okay, here he does spot it with the Observer.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Is someone in position. You know, Widowmine drop into the main. Oh, but quick reaction out of herO. He shuts down one of the Widowmines. There's one Widowmine left. And very nice moves here from herO. Clem rotating over. Let's rotate. Knocking down those rocks, gaining access to the fourth. And I believe herO has missed this rotation. Uh-oh. He doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. And herO's attention is elsewhere. Army is revealed. You see herO trying to get in position. How we reduce him in? And Clemmy goes for the dive. So far, very nice force fields here out of herO. Slows down the army. Orange Hearts are cleaned up. Mindshot goes off. Nice dodging from herO. That's a kill. Oh my god, a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Massive pick off. 400 minerals down the drain. Wonderman drop into the third. herO, he doesn't react in time. 6 probe kills as well. Clemmy's all over this. Disruptor goes down. The Nova doesn't go off. And here he's falling apart. He will clean up the tank at least, and he will force back the army, but these have been some rough trades. Losing the 4th base, losing the Disruptor, drop into the 3rd. Mindshot going off earlier. Vehicle here towards that natural. The Mindshot's up. Going in the Colossus. Cleans up the drop. 4th base is still denied, and that's the win condition here for Clem. Is deny the 4th over and over again. That's all that Clem needs to do. You're moving out. Hoping to catch those medevacs. Reinforcements have arrived. Disruptor gets caught. Massive pickoff. Big overextension by herO. Disruptor goes down, and the Stalkers as well. Clem, he can just stim and win at this point. Yeah, herO just lost far too much, far too quickly. Both losses fall. That's going to be everything that herO had left. Yes, Clem, he's going to commit. He's going to move out. Raven gets shut down in the main. Clem does have a 50 supply lead. And what is he pushing into? There's 2 Disruptors. 2 Disruptors, 2 Novas, 0 Colossus. Never goes up. And Clemmy targets it down. There's 1 Disruptor remaining. Never go. It's not going to connect either. they just don't connect. Here he breaks the 4th base once again. And this time there just isn't enough to really hold on. There's purely Zealots and Stalkers. A couple of boys are being pulled. The mine shots are brutal. And with that, Clemmy will start things off with a lead here. GG gets called. Clem will take game number 1 and take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, initially it did feel like, or it did look like herO, he was holding quite well. He was defending his 4th base quite nicely, but then he lost the 4th base. Then there was a kill, not a cancel on that base. On the Nexus. Likewise, if you remember, it was right after that, or as that was happening, that we did see the Wondermine drop towards the 3rd base, which did get 6 probe kills, and likewise the counter drop into the natural as well. So Clem was all over it, all over him, and it's going to be on herO here to try to bounce back. The pressure is on. As a reminder, this is only a best of 3, so not too many games ahead of us. Too many. Here we go. Was the Wondermine damage nerfed? No, splash radius was reduced. Yes. That was quite some time ago, but yes, that did occur earlier this year, if I remember correctly. Earlier this year. There were changes to the Wondermine, which is also why Wondermine drop openers are heavily reduced when it comes to their frequency of builds in TVP. They're not seen as often as they once were. I mean, they're still sprinkled in, don't get me wrong, but usually before they were very meta. Very meta last year. But now though, we're settling in. We're settling into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. Leading the series 1-0. We'll see if we can keep things going. It is Clem. Hello, probe. Hello. As here he does move out with a very, very early probe, and with that is setting up for a proxy right outside of the 3rd location. So it is a little bit further back. It is going to be that much more difficult to scout as a result. And we'll see what the plan is going to be here as gateways are being placed. Okay, it's not going to be committed. We have one gate at home and one gateway proxied. Ideally, the way this works here is that herO, he is hoping that Clem goes for a more economic build. With this herO, he can go for a Zealot first. There it is. Zealot is being chronoed as we speak. He can also reinforce with an Adept from back home, because Shades, they take less time to move across the map than just regular Stalker movement. So it should be Zealot with a Proxy Stalker with a Adept behind it as well. So just a very aggressive start here. We'll see if it pays off. Zealot moves out. Stalker should be reinforcing. We do see Clem. We see outside, he confirms. He does confirm. He gets eyes on the third. He gets eyes just outside the third base as well. And now Clem is aware of what's going on. Ooh, cancel. Straight up cancel on the CC. A very mature decision here by Clem, realizing he cannot save it. Throws down the bunker. And he should be expanding on the high ground instead. There it is. CC on the high ground. Zealot has arrived, getting an SCV, working away at the wall. But for the most part, Clem, it should be fine here, should be safe. As the bunker is almost done. The bunker does complete. Likewise, the depot will survive as well. Thanks to the repairs, thanks to the SCVs. And Clem holds. Now, the only real damage that herO dealt here was he did force the unnatural. What I say unnatural. So he did force the CC on the high ground instead. Did delay, so not bad. I'm sure herO was hoping for a little bit more, but value nonetheless. Back at home, it is going to be Blink here from herO. Nice force field. herO catching out the first Cyclone. First Cyclone does get trapped. Nicely done. Adept shades into the main. Gets eyes on the CC. Smack. Smack for the time being. herO reinforcing. It's just 2 gate Blink. Shading on the army, diving on the Cyclone, hopping up here out of Clem. Again, Clem is defending with the bare minimum here. On that ramp. Defending with 3 Marines, 1 Cyclone, and a Dream. And he's dreaming. He's holding. So far, so good. He's buying time for extra Marines, for another Cyclone. So far he's holding well. Now finally expanding. I mean, this is what herO was just hoping to do, is just contain for as long as possible to keep Clem on one base. But finally he breaks out. And he's able to chase down some of these remaining units. I'm just chasing down, just going for the proxy. herO getting his third. Bold move by herO, but he has Blink. Like, Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds, so should be okay. Stalker sneaking past, catching reinforcements. They get 1, they get 2 Marines. Up, they get 3. 3 Marine kills. Likewise, Clem catching out these Stalkers. Very nice control, saving both Cyclones in the end. Very impressive. It's across the map, herO Bleeding out 4 probes at the natural. Clem all over him. Unsieges, pulls away. Let's pull away. As Liberator does threaten another dive. herO getting into a splash damage. This time he's not rushing to Storm like he has historically. Or at least in game 1. This time it is going to be the bait. He's on the way. Also, when it comes to relying on Storm, in my mind I was thinking of Nightmare versus Beyond. So I do apologize for that. No. It's all blending together. Not like this. But yeah, this time going into Colossus. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Spotted by herO. Spotted forces the unload. herO, he rotates. I'll drop into the main. Up. Let's force back. Oh, so good. Now, as Clem moves out, he is not all in, does have a 3rd CC on the way. It's halfway done. But this move out, it's looking quite powerful here. Stim is finishing up as the army gets across the map. Same with +1 in combat shields. Like, they will finish up as the army does lake siege upon the 3rd. So very crisp timing here from Clem. Very crisp. Catches out the zealots. The army is spotted. At least herO is aware. He's getting ready. Tanks to do siege up. They turn back the army. Oh my god, massive volleys here on the sentries. Fourth base. The time being is denied. You're expanding elsewhere. Clem gaining ground, pushing forward, stimming in, goes for the dive. He wants a Colossus, he gets it as well. Colossus goes down, massive pickup. And there is a second Colossus, just barely. Will force back the army, gets all of the tanks, gets 1, gets 2. 2 tanks go down, nicely done. There's still a 3rd tank behind this, oh my god. herO will hold. Still though, a much more efficient trade here for Clem. Dropping on the left hand side. Once again, getting to the mineral line, focusing on the shield batteries. Trying to keep up, but alas, again, these Marines and Marauders have just done so much here, getting 13 probe kills. 13 probes, now to 18, 21 as the army comes back in, and herO's being pulled apart. He cannot keep up, not anymore, not with this kind of army. 23 workers. Let me stimming in. Once again, going for the mineral line. We can see Clem just rallying over towards the 4th. Hoping to bring it down, and he will. As it looks like, yeah, he will bring the Nexus down. The main still being active. Colossus attempting to engage, but again, the Colossus, they have no supports. Yeah, there's nothing left with this. And we were hoping for a back and forth series, but alas, it looks like Clem is snowballing out of control. Breaks through the front lines for like the 3rd time this game. I mean, hero's been holding. He's been refusing to die. But there's only so much he can do. Waking back. And pushing in. Once again, dropping into the main. Keeping an army pinned. And GG gets called. It becomes too much to handle, and Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Clem. He will take the series here, will advance on. Again, just very strong engagements here from Clem, pulling herO apart left and right here, just could not keep up. Had a hard time defending his main base, his third base, his natural as well. Likewise, when he was in position, he was being punished for it as well. GG. With that, Clem will take the series, will advance on, and we are here to determine who faces off against Clem in those finals. Will it be one Protoss or the other? It's going to be a PvP between MaxPax and Nightmare. One of the last times we see this specific dynamic of PvP. As a reminder, PvP is going to be looking quite different, specifically for MaxPax in the new patch, in the new PTR, just because of the removal of the shield battery overcharge. For those that are curious, MaxPax, of course, he is known for being very greedy in the PvP matchup, very greedy going forward. Gate expands, but the reason why he can do so is because of his defensive setup. You know, void ray production, shield battery production as well, with overcharges. And I believe that in the PTR, without the overcharge, MaxPax has been having a harder time. But you know, again, we're still focusing on the current patch, the current map pool. We are getting ready. Let's go. Let us go. As it is going to be that PvP. We have seen Nightmare bring it to MaxPax in the past, but MaxPax is still going to be the heavy favorite here to advance on to those finals. Is the one to beat. Meanwhile, looks like our players need a moment. We might have some players AFK. If that's the case, we might just go on a short break here. I do quickly need to refill my water, so... Okay. We're going to be going on a short break. Looks like Nightmare needs some time, so after this short break, we'll be back with the semifinals and then the grand final. So 2 series left. Take this moment, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, tuck in your tempests, cuddle your carriers, and... I'll stop there as my mind went elsewhere. We'll be back soon with our next series. See you guys in a couple of minutes. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Cool. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC for a couple of minutes as we have returned with the lower semifinals. We just wrapped up the upper semis, and we have our first finalist in Clem. Clem is waiting in the upper, or in the grand finals, and we're here to determine who faces off against him. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, MaxPax is going to be the heavy favorite to make it to the finals. Nightmare, he can pose a threat to him. Again, Nightmare, his worst matchup, his weakest matchup is PvZ. But when it comes to PvT and PvP, Nightmare, he can take it to any player in the world. Nightmare has defeated MaxPax in the past in this matchup. Likewise, he has done the same to even Clem in the PvT matchup. But again, he has to be on point. He has to be at his best for that to occur. Otherwise, there might not be a way here to stop the fated PvT between MaxPax and Clem. May not be possible. But now though, we do have our Probe Scout. It is going to be double gate, 2-gate opener here out of Nightmare. Likewise, we do have the Gate Cyber expand from MaxPax. I mentioned this before, but MaxPax, of course, he is known for being quite greedy in this matchup. Being quite greedy, just going for a faster Nexus. And more often than not, he will force his opponent to go into a 1-base all-in. Or to respond and react in some way. As MaxPax does open up double gas, this should lead into a faster Stargate. So it goes Gate, Cyber, Stargate, then Nexus from the side of MaxPax. That is the typical MaxPax opener. There's a Stargate they did mention into Nexus. Now with this Stargate, it should be Oracle first. Followed by Void Ray. Void Rays are ideal defensively, so it is kind of a defensive follow-up here from MaxPax to make sure he's safe against any kind of all-in. Meanwhile, from the side of Nightmare, it is a double Adept opener here. Double Gateway into double Adept. Stargate also on the way here for Nightmare. He is aware of the Stargate opener, and oh, he's going for his own proxy. Interesting. So a Stargate opener usually is just to either gain map control or to harass across the map. This proxy pylon though is a peculiar one. Is he going for Phoenixes? I'm curious. Okay, you have my attention. Now you have my attention. The depths, they do clash here in the center of the map. MaxPax will shade past. And it is going to be a proxy gateway here. So that is a 3-gate setup here from Nightmare. I'm curious, is he going Phoenix? Yeah, he is. Okay, this makes the most sense. Phoenix has a lot of course, micro potential, has a lot of utility here with the main army. He can try to lift high-tech units. He can also use it to help lay siege upon the Void Ray and the Oracle. So really interesting 1-base all-in here from Nightmare, as it is a 1-base all-in. And we'll see if we can piece it all together. Oracle moves out, so the Oracle will scout the proxy. MaxPax knows, and the Void Ray is already on the way. Void Ray is in production. The Phoenix will find the Oracle, though. Yeah, Oracle is going to be chased down. And the main armies do clash. Nightmare poking forward. Oracle is forced to recall. Here comes the second Phoenix. Oh, does he recall? He does. He does recall in time. The Oracle gets saved. He can throw it in a stasis. Speaking of, there's a stasis trap here at the natural. And the Void Ray does pop. Void Ray has arrived. There's going to be a shield battery, soon to be an overcharge as well. So far, so good for MaxPax. Phoenix War time? No Phoenix War. Void Rays. Void Ray versus Phoenix. Now stasis does go up. Stalker's moving forward. There's the prismatic alignment. Prismatic alignment is still active. Phoenixes, they go for the dive. One Stalker goes down. Overcharge putting in a lot of work, and the Overcharger will save the Void Ray, and MaxPax holds. He shuts down 3 of those Stalkers. That was a massive loss for Nightmare, losing far too much at once. Again, he did not respect the Overcharge. He pushed into it. And with the help of the Overcharge, MaxPax he's holding. Now there's 2 Void Rays. Does have 1 Prismatic Alignment available. Once again, does focus on the Stalkers. 1 Void Ray falls, but Nightmare does not have enough. And as the game goes on, it's getting easier, or I should say it's getting better and better for MaxPax. He's holding. He is holding. There's still a chance for Nightmare. True. There is still a chance. There is no overcharge, but there's 3 shield batteries. And nothing is dying. GG gets called. MaxPax, he holds, and MaxPax takes game number 1. Whew. GG. MaxPax does take a lead in the series. Again, honestly, that one base all in from Nightmare had potential. It was just really unfortunate that he committed when he did. Remember, he committed to the fight, he committed to pushing into the overcharge, and he did not kill anything. Didn't kill anything. He lost 3 Stalkers in the process, and that was game. That was game then and there. From that very moment when he committed into the overcharge, when he lost everything and we did not kill that Void Ray, that was game then and there. And with that, MaxPax, he snowballed out of control, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. Now we're going to be loading into a much more unorthodox map. We're going to be loading into Dynasty. Dynasty has potential here to for the aggressing player to actually have a different approach. We expect once again a greedy build out of MaxPax, but we could see Nightmare go for the gold and try to either keep up or even surpass the greed of MaxPax. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. And we'll see what Nightmare goes for. We know what MaxPax is going to go for. Again, he's quite predictable here in PvP. It's not really about MaxPax, it's about his opponent, how they respond, how they react. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0, representing Sidestorm Gaming. One more game is all he needs to make it to the Grand Finals. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Nightmare. And once again, we should be seeing a gate expand here. Yes, sorry, I should say gate Cybercore into a Stargate, into an expansion for MaxPax. Should be the direction that our Blue Protoss is headed in. Our eyes are mainly on the Red Protoss. Double gas opener. Same for MaxPax, of course. And what does Nightmare go for? Okay, 2-gate opener. Is going to be a 2-gate opener. My eyes are on this probe. Does he go for a proxy robo? Does he go for a proxy Stargate? The pathing of the probe here is going around the edge of the map. Interesting. Instead of through the center. And this might be to set up a proxy location or just the scouts. We'll see. Okay, it looks like he's just going for the scouts. Dipping into the main. We can see that MaxPax even making a Zealot initially. To be secure. This probe does sneak in. Meanwhile, it looks like MaxPax, he does invest into the first Zealot here. Okay. So big investment early on. He does get on top of the probe. Again, this is typically something that MaxPax does avoid. He shuts down the scouting probe. There's that Stargate into expand. And this Stargate should be for an Oracle opener. Meanwhile, across the map, Nightmare, double Stalker into, once again, Stargate. Okay, once again, Stargate opener here out of Nightmare. Now, we saw that last game this led into a 1-base all-in. This time, there is no proxy. This time, there's no proxy, so this should just be Stargate into Phoenix into an expansion. Should be the case. And if Nightmare takes the gold, I mean, that's a good way to recover and a good way to overcome the economy of MaxPax. It's a gold base over a regular base. See, that is denied. But Nightmare is keeping up. There's that first Phoenix in production. And again, with this Phoenix, the goal is to shut down the first Oracle. As I mentioned before, even though Nightmare hasn't seen anything in the main, he should know that, I mean, it's MaxPax. He always opens up Oracle. It's his go-to. So Oracle opener into Void Ray. Oracle moves out. Phoenix should be ready. And again, because we are specifically on Dynasty, because of the gold base that's available, Nightmare, he's happy to go for a later expansion, but to still have an even if not greater economy. Oracle forces a recall, does survive. Recall is here to the natural. And FC do shade into the main base. 2 probes going down. That should not have happened. So nice pick off here by Nightmare. Yes, 2 probes. Twilight Council gets placed. MaxPax working towards, I would imagine, Blink. And Nightmare is amassing more Phoenixes. He's moving out. Let's find the Stalker. But alas, there's plenty of supports. With the Void Ray and the second Stalker. As you can see here, Nightmare, he wants that Void Ray, alas he doesn't quite get it. Gets a bit of hull damage dealt on the Void Ray at least, but not much more than that. As now he can commit to the dive. He can and he will. There we go, takes out the Void Ray, doesn't lose a single Phoenix, and he can lift everything else. And both Stalkers at the same time, 3 probes go down to the main. Oracle goes down. Nightmare defends. Nightmare, he shuts down most of the army. The Oracle, the Void Ray, 2 Stalkers, and now a Zealot. So much more efficient trades here by Nightmare. He has more efficient trades. He has the gold as well, so a better economy. And I mean, Nightmare's not looking too bad. There is one shield battery, just the one though. Shield battery under fire. This natural base looking exposed. Now plenty of reinforcements. There's the overcharge. 1 Phoenix goes down. MaxPax holds. MaxPax, he does hold on. Does defend. Pushing back the army. Shade into the natural. MaxPax just going to commit. He's setting up a proxy gateway location to reinforce. And he's going for the gold. Making sure that this just doesn't get out of hand. Stalker to do push in. Going for the mineral line. Nightmare trying to hold on. Does have a shield battery behind this. Does have an overcharge as well. He's yet to pop it. Yet to utilize it. There we go. Overcharge is used. Does have a decent concave. Takes down a Stalker. He goes to the... Oh my god, he dives in. Does dive in. Nightmare, he will take the fight. Does overwhelm. More reinforcements on the way. That does cost Nightmare 7 probes though. Does fall behind in the economy. Nightmare trying to break out. The gold base is exposed. Nightmare out of position. Probes are going to fall. Ay, ay, ay. Ugh. Same time it upstate shade into the main base. And Nightmare, he's stuck on a 1 base economy. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for a 3rd. MaxPax just stable in 3 bases, or getting up to 3 bases. Nightmare having a hard time keeping up. I mean, the gold base is helping. But there's only so much it can do. Nightmare just rotate. Catching out 2 Stalkers. Oh. Pushing MaxPax back. I mean, the army sizes are still quite comparable to each other. True. Army sizes are comparable. 17 Stalkers versus 17 Stalkers. Nightmare working towards +1, working towards his upgrades. MaxPax still being active. Nightmare tries to go for a backstab. He does pick up some probes at the same time, losing his own. That's going to be 8 probe kills here across the map. Not bad. Does get a 9th probe. Let's go down. MaxPax getting pulled out. A brutal start here for MaxPax. Does take down most of the pieces. Does come in with reinforcements coming for a surround. He does collapse here on the army. Taking a slightly better fight. Still respecting the forces here of Nightmare. MaxPax does pull away. Catching out more Stalkers, knocking down the proxy gateway. I mean, Nightmare, he has momentum. He does have a supply lead. I mentioned before that the Stalker count was neck and neck, but now it is in favor of Nightmare. He does have additional Stalkers. MaxPax, he dives in. He gets punished for it. Stalkers are going down. MaxPax has to race back home. Getting into the forge, into charge, eventually charge with Archon. Nightmare still committing here. They're still going to be committing. There is a shield battery. There is Nova charge. He dies on the Immortal. Up! Oh, he does snipe it. One Immortal goes down. Nightmare, without that Immortal, with this overcharge that's about to run out, can Nightmare overwhelm? I mean, he does have a lead. Did take it. Things were very close, things were very tense and very neck and neck, but I mean, Nightmare, he's gotten there over time. Now he's going for the 4th. Collapsing on the army. Has the concave, has the high ground. Aren't going down. Denying the expansion, denying the 4th. Nightmare. Really mining. Really mining up. Nightmare, he does dive in. Takes down another 2 Stalkers. Same time, MaxPax will going for some Zealot harass here across the map. Into the mineral lines. Once again, Nightmare, he dives in, takes out the Immortal, and it looks like Nightmare, he might just have enough to overwhelm. There's the overcharge. MaxPax, he's holding on. Snipes the Oracle. Does Kai well. Now most of those Zealots. Nightmare does reinforce. His reinforcements are coming in from back at home. No prism. And still does have momentum. Take down more Stalkers, and yeah, GG gets called. There's just too much over time, and Nightmare, he does do it. He brings it back, and we're going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Again, initially, MaxPax, he was doing a good job at denying mining at the gold. He was doing a lot of damage, but if you recall, eventually, we saw that Nightmare, who was able to gain map control himself, who was able to force back those Stalkers, able to shut down the proxy, and then he was able to make full use of that gold. He was able to recover and then overwhelm and overcome the economy of MaxPax. GG. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game 3. As we mentioned, again, we have seen Nightmare defeat MaxPax in the past, and he's 1 game away from doing that again. What I will say though is that last game was more of a unique game because it was on Dynasty. As I mentioned, because of the goal base on Dynasty, it is possible to recover and to catch up economically compared to a player going for a faster Nexus like MaxPax. So you do have that option, and Nightmare did make it to full effect, or did use it to full effect. And now we're getting into the final game of the series. Going to be loading into Crimson Court. Let's go. Crimson Court is coming up next. A very defendable map. Very defendable on 2 and 3 bases. And we'll see if we embrace a longer game state here if our players have other plans. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of Denmark. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player from the land of South Korea. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Nightmare. We go. So we do embrace our PvP, and once again we should be seeing MaxPax going for a Gate Cyber into Stargate into expansion. And here on Crimson Court, there is no gold bases to take advantage of, so we can't see Nightmare try to go into the mid game in quite such a fashion. Do we go for a one base all in from the side of Nightmare? I'm leaning towards it. I am leaning towards it here. We'll see. Shall see. As there's that 2-gate opener. Probe scout into the main. Nightmare moves out with a probe. Is this just a scout or to set up a proxy? I mean, because it's Crimson Court, there are very limited proxy locations, just because there are entire halves of the map, or thirds of the map, which are completely cut off. And it's just going to be a probe scout. Okay. Probe scout for Nightmare. I'm curious, is he going to open Stargate Phoenix again? It's been his go-to so far this series, every game. Game 1 and Game 2. I mean, Game 1 wasn't all in, but still. Does he also go Stargate before Nexus? Does he go for that Phoenix? Cybercore is done. Double Stalker opener. MaxPax does open Stargate himself. Pylon on the low ground. Could be for sure. Zealot does pop out. Interesting. So MaxPax invests into the Zealot. Probe falls. Nexus on the way. And Nightmare. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say he's banking up resources. He is moving out with the first 2 Stalkers. He does have a double adept on the way behind this. And Nightmare, he's expanding. Okay. We're getting into a game. Getting into a game here as the Nexus has been thrown down. So MaxPax will have a slight economic advantage over his opponent. And we'll see if Nightmare can make up for that with Adept Harass. Bold move out of Nightmare. Playing MaxPax's game. Again, this is something that is often not done. Most Protoss players just commit to an all-in. As MaxPax, he opens up Oracle. That is true, like he always does, but it's going to be not a Void Ray follow-up, it's going to be a Phoenix follow-up. Okay. The Phoenixes, they provide a lot of utility. They can lift. They can shut down any other airbase units. Oh. Never mind, as the Phoenix is cancelled and we're going for the Oracle. Okay, so it looks like basically what just happened here is that the Oracle threw down the Revelation and MaxPax was looking for a Stargate Phoenix opener. Because there was no Stargate, there were no Phoenixes, he goes for a second Oracle instead. What does this mean? 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes even if they are within range of a shield battery. Even if there is overcharge support. From here we are settling in. So taking a lot of hits. Then it goes down. Still just the 2 Oracles for the time being from MaxPax. Just 2. Does have units in position. 2 Stalkers in the main. Shield battery as well. MaxPax does split up his army. Does get the Revelation up. MaxPax just sharking around, getting eyes on the would-be third. MaxPax taking his zone, and we are entering the mid-game. Okay. So no major aggression. Not gonna lie, after I saw the initial opener of Nightmare, I was leaning towards maybe like a 2-base all-in with like 6 gates, but that never happened. The base not being taken. Across the map, MaxPax likewise building up, getting into Blink, getting to eventually +1. Forge has begun. So MaxPax, he will have that upgrade advantage. With the Forge, I mean. Forge now on the way for Nightmare. That's on the way. Oracles are still parked outside. Stalkers are moving out. Maybe poke in. Last Nightmare does have a massive Stalker advantage. 16 to 17, so he should be okay. He can hold his own. Still leaving supply in position to defend against the Oracles. Outside of that, though. Looking solid. MaxPax poking in, pulling back the Oracles, getting his third base up and running, getting it fully saturated. MaxPax does have a hefty worker advantage over his opponent. But I believe, yeah, Nightmare still has a Stalker advantage. Takes out the Oracle. Oof. It is overwhelmed. Yeah, little Stalkers for Nightmare. Sorry, yeah, for Nightmare, they're in the main. Trying to keep up with the Oracle. Oracle is forced back. The Army Suit Clash still very close between Nightmare and MaxPax. Again, MaxPax will have that upgrade advantage. Charge on the way as well. As we are still building up. In general, a relatively passive kind of game state here. We've seen some poking and prodding with Blink Stalkers, but no big engage, no big commitment. Just posturing more than anything. MaxPax pushing up a ramp into a concave. That's not going to work out well for him. Has to calm down. Pulls away. Still waiting for more reinforcements. Or he does try again. Pushing on the left, catching a Stalker. So much hits to the face. Nightmare does have the Stalker advantage. At the same time, Oracle does hit the natural, and Nightmare in quite a position. Probes are going down. Oh my god, it's going to be 8 probes falling at the same time. Likewise, we had Adepts here shading in towards that natural, or towards the center base. Stasis goes off, massive connection. And MaxPax, this might just be the moment he was waiting for. Does stasis most of those Stalkers, can keep pushing. MaxPax trying to hold on, overcharge gets popped. And MaxPax is going to have to back off. Let's retreat. Trades against the Stalkers. Nightmare still has a comparable army size. 26 Stalkers to 20 of MaxPax. Both players have +1. MaxPax rotating around. Skirting around the edge with that prism. He has potential. Going for a drop. Zell drop into the main. Going for the Dark Shrine as well. Nightmare not quite ready. This does have some tight defense. Cannon, shield batteries. There's the warp in. It does zone back to Prism. So far, so good. Nightmare is holding on. Gas guys are under fire. Oof. Gas geyser goes down. Massive pickup. You know what? Warp Prism does unload here at the third base instead. It gets a pylon. So thank you, Setsuna. Yes, yes. This is the current patch, not the PTR. Again, PTR events are on the upcoming map pool, not the current map pool. So if you see maps like Crimson Quartz, like Amphion, like Dynasty, then at a glance you can recognize it is on the current patch. Stalkers, they do try to bypass Nightmare. They attempt to. So far there's the overcharge. You could argue a little bit premature here from Nightmare. It is premature. MaxPax rotating, now he doesn't have to worry about the overcharge. Doesn't have to. Takes the supply lead. And again, MaxPax's economy has been untouched behind this. And that is reflected now in MaxPax's almost maxed out army. Nightmare was keeping up for a while there until he lost his gas. Until he lost his gas geyser. Now he is struggling. Catches a couple of zealots. Let's go down. War Prism towards right hand side. So it's not an old version, it's current version. Current version. As a Prism does warp in. Zealots and DTs here on the right hand side. Nightmare does have detection, but not many zealots. There's the overcharge. The overcharge will help, but Nightmare is being overwhelmed. Going for another warp in. Boy's being pulled over. We're still trying to hold on. So not quite so easy. Gas geyser goes down once again. Supplies are still quite close. DT getting more probes. MaxPax, he rotates, takes out a base. Nexus goes down. Nexus does full Nightmare. He dives on the army. Takes a better trade. Takes down a lot of Stalkers. But MaxPax, he can just replenish his losses here. Does rebuild. Rotating back around, going for another Nexus, and he's just pulling Nightmare apart. Again, Nightmare was impressive. He was able to hold on and hold his own for so long in this game, but just lost his third, lost his fourth. He's got one base left. One base remaining. Outside of that, Nightmare, it does feel like he's completely all in at this point. As he's losing another 7 probes. Probes he can't afford to lose. As he's distracted, center base goes down. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup. CC goes down. GG gets called. It's just too much. And MaxPax will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A bit of a more passive game here for the ace match, and we saw that Nightmare was able to take it to MaxPax. For the most part, was able to keep up. But we saw that over time, MaxPax was able to deny the mining at the center gas geyser. That led into MaxPax taking a larger army, and was able to just outposition and just pull Nightmare apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax will advance on, and we have our finals. It's going to be a TVP Grand Finals between MaxPax and Clem. Oh boy. Here we go, as we are heading over to the European server, and we are getting into the final series of the tournament. Again, Clem and MaxPax, they have faced off many times over the past couple of years, especially during the COVID era of StarCraft. But what I will say is that in recent months, things have been looking a little bit different. A little bit different than normal, I should say. Actually, I'm really curious what the stats are. So, basically, ever since there was a period in time for many years where they would go back and forth. They would go back and forth in series. Then when Clem went to Korea this year for EWC, and kind of that period in time around EWC as well, he was dominant all over MaxPax. Like, MaxPax was having a very hard time taking maps, let alone series, against Clem. And then, most recently, the past couple of weeks, we've seen MaxPax bounce back again. I mean, I say most recently. I think it began in the events, the Bulgarian event, if I recall correctly. Am I thinking of that? No, sorry. I'm thinking of Big Lulu Cup. That's it. I'm thinking of Big Lulu Cup, where MaxPax was able to defeat Clem, able to bring him down. And since then, it feels like MaxPax, he has been, once again, more of a contender, more of a challenger to Clem, where more and more frequently he's able to take maps and take series. It is no longer as one-sided as it was, which is good. It's more back and forth now. It is more back and forth. But I want to check myself here. Let's see. We have the technology. Head-to-head, recent matches. Here we go. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was last week. It was last week's event where MaxPax did pop off and did take down Clem. Maybe I can do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. As our players are currently connected to the videos. And I was actually curious here to have a look at how this has been playing out. I wonder if I have a little bit of time. Let's see. Bam. Okay, Clem versus MaxPax. Videos are currently underway, but we may as well zoom in a little bit. Beautiful. So where is the Big Lulu Cup? Here. So this was kind of like the big moments here. Leading up to it, Clem, he was having a much more dominant showing. 3-0 over MaxPax, 2-1, 3-2, 3-1. But here we saw kind of in a big event, MaxPax able to bounce back, and now it's been back and forth. Once again, it's been back and forth between Clem and MaxPax. They've been trading, whether it was in WardiTV Mondays, whether it was in the Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cups as well. You can see there have been more or less trading here. Throughout the course of the year, it has been more of a 50-50 kind of showing. But yeah, because of that, this is not clear cut. It's not clear cut. One week we could see it go Clem's way. Another week we can see it go MaxPax's way. So best of luck. I don't envy those of you predicting in the chat, as they have been trading much more frequently recently. And it was in last week's WardiTV Monday where MaxPax did 3-0 Clem. That is the most recent results coming in. This was also a very short series. If you remember, we were casting it last week, and Clem, he did look very frustrated. He pulled out of the final game real quick. You could see the frustrations, and things escalated very quickly. If you remember, it was in game 3 where MaxPax did open up with a proxy gateway, and he killed the first Cyclone. He supply blocked Clem, and then he ended the game in like 3 minutes. Like, it was just a very abrupt game 3 there. So it was just a very intense best of 5 that they did have last week. But since then, of course, Clem has been able to rest, recuperate, and we'll see if he can bounce back. Is it his turn to take a series? or will MaxPax kind of maintain his reign here and maintain his crown as the champion of WardiTV Monday? We're going to find out. We are going to find out here, as game 1 is going to be on Amphion. Let's go. Jumping into game 1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from land of France, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Again, I do think it's going to be a close one to call. So, again, not envious, man. Not envious whatsoever. Best of luck. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. And again, I'm curious to see how our players do open up so far. Clem, double gas. Double gas open out of Clem. He's going for a delayed CC. He's going for a faster factory on the high ground. So a bit of a safer start here by Clem. I don't blame him. If you recall, I was referring to the last time they played. I was referring to the 3-minute game that they had where MaxPax snowballed out of control and overwhelmed. I do believe that was here on Amphion, where MaxPax did go for a proxy gateway into Stalker aggression. Clem had happened to be going for an economic build, went for a Rax expand, and he got punished so hard for it. So he avoids that. Double gas, faster factory. So again, just a much more safer build here by Clem, as there's that factory now on the way. Behind this, MaxPax going for a gate cyber expand, standard opener. Standard opener from MaxPax, and what does he embrace? Stargate or Twilight Council. Now, he is one that does embrace both from time to time, but he is best known for, and he is the best at, 4-Gate Blink. Specifically, 4-Gate Blink Stalker, that is his build. He does it better than any other player out there in the world, and we have seen him take down Clem with it time and time again. But it's one of those things where you can't just rely on just the one build over and over again, otherwise your opponent will eventually read you, counter you. You don't want to be too predictable here to your opponent. We'll keep an eye on MaxPax. There it is, Stargate. Bold move. It's going to be a Stargate opener here by MaxPax. Very bold move. Stargate openers do leave you vulnerable to early game move outs and early game aggression, even mid game aggression as well. But at least MaxPax does deny the scouts. This Reaper has been trying to dive in, but time and time again, Adepts have been able to stop it. Speaking of, Adepts are keeping up. They get good damage on one of the Reapers. They zone away. And Clem is in the dark as to what's going on. Stargate is just now finishing. You envy. No envy. No envy. So there's going to be Stargate Phoenix here from MaxPax. Building up Phoenixes for map control. Meanwhile, we do see Clem opening up with a Widowmine drop. Widowmine drop towards the main. Clem parked outside of the natural. He's parked outside. As MaxPax actually staying on 2 bases a little bit longer, going for an extra gateway, going for a robo, still yet to expand and take a third. Staying on 2 bases and committing here to his Phoenixes. Getting into additional Phoenixes. Clan behind this still building up. Still trying to confirm the tech of choice. Still in the dark. That's what's happening. Interesting trap setup. Widowmine's a bird. Reaper pokes in, gets eyes on the robo. And does come from the Stargate. Yeah, he knows. And now Clem is waiting immediately Viking production. Viking is on the way for some extra anti-air. This is a threatened dive. MaxPax keeping up. I guess a worker here or there. At the same time, third base gets scouted by the Reaper. Clem sees the third, and now here comes the move out. What does he have? He's got a Cyclone, a Viking. Liberator takes a lot of hits. Plenty of Marines, plenty of Bio. And I mentioned before, if you recall, how Stargate openers do leave you vulnerable to these early move-outs and early aggression in the early to mid-game. That's exactly what Clem is going for, trying to abuse the build of MaxPax. We'll see if he can. Does rotate around. He is taking his time, slowly pushing, sieging up. Phoenix is trying to catch reinforcements. There are stray Marines moving out. MaxPax, he will pick them apart. But the tanks are getting within range. Big tank blow is going off, getting into the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. And MaxPax, he can always try to come in from behind and try to lift those tanks, but that's why the Widow Mines are covering them. But now there's a Colossus. And MaxPax tries to break out, so Overcharge gets popped. One tank falls. There's only one tank left. And Clem, he's running out of steam here. One tank is not going to be good enough. He respects it, he backs up. Backs up, back at home. Pieces don't get caught out. But he will end up catching some of Clem's army here. Takes some mine shots to the face. Then reinforces. He's okay. Clem pulls back. That's a lot of Phoenixes. MaxPax now getting into Phoenix Colossus. Gets an SCV. Colossi building up. They are just building up here. Get into a gateway explosion. Fourth base on the way. And MaxPax so far looking quite secure. I mean, he was in a little bit of danger when it came to the first move out, as we saw. But MaxPax, he was able to shut this down, able to defend, and hold. Now, thankfully, Clem didn't really lose too much. He lost a tank and a Liberator, but he saved most of his army. So Clem does maintain his supply. Otherwise, he'd be in dire straits if he had committed and failed. So Clem, he has to lick his wounds, build back up, get ready for a second push. And here it comes. This time it's going to have Stim, Combat Shields +1. It's all lining up. Viking volleys going up. Shield batteries are almost done. Soon to be an overcharge as well. Oh, the Viking. Viking gets thrown away. Clem pushing in. And MaxPax getting ready for a surround. He's getting ready for it. And there we go. He pulls the trigger, comes in from behind. Triggers all the Widow Mines, gets us up with the tanks. And MaxPax, he will completely shut this down. We'll lose one Colossus. The tanks, they do survive, but never mind. They're going to be shut down. MaxPax holds. Feeds up all the tanks. The fire. Clem, he barely survives with 3 Marines and 1 Marauder. Ay, ay, ay. Barely an army. Reinforcements have arrived, though. He's stimming in. He wants a Colossus. Yeah, MaxPax asleep at the wheel. He does bleed out a Colossus and an Immortal. He was left out in the open, left idle. Nice feedbacks. But Clem, can he go for the kill? He's so close. He's so close to breaking MaxPax. Again, MaxPax, he was caught with his pants down. No shield bodies, no overcharge. The base under fire. Clem, he knows how close he is. It's a pylon. Still more reinforcements on the way. Oof, Mind Shot going off on the Archon. But the drag though, the friendly fire. Yeah, that was a brutal connection. Nexus goes down. Colossus has arrived. Clem once again, he stims in. Oh. Up. He wants the Archon. Doesn't quite get it, but does get the Nexus. Whew. Here. Clem backs up. So, getting another CC. 12 SCVs going down. The Zealot Rumba is wreaking havoc. Oh my god, 15 SCVs go down. Far too much damage. As he's now getting a fourth. MaxPax rebuilding, double expanding, getting a fourth and a fifth base at the same time. Still has to respect the Colossus though. There we go, lifting his Vikings. Gets a couple of those off. Good EMP on the Archons. Yeah, the Archons are so close to falling. Likewise the Colossus as well. Pushing on forward. Vikings, they take down one. But once again, another Zealot run by. More SCVs going down. Clem getting caught out. It's going to be 13 SCV kills. As Clem has to back off, Zealot run by still wreaking havoc, still dragging the entire army back. 15, 16, 17, 18 SCV kills. Oh my god. 20 SCVs. Clem, he has to turn back. Ay. Again, all it takes is a handful of zealots, and they get 23 SCV kills. And Clem's economy is crippled. MaxPax, remember, he double expanded and he got away with it. He got away with the bases, got away with the expansions. He was on 82 workers, and MaxPax from here, he can work to max out. He can work on maxing out second robo into disruptors or immortals. Can take in either direction. Now just taking more bases. Clem licking his wounds. We're punishing all those SCVs, but again, this is just giving MaxPax so much breathing room. Shriners on the way. Yeah, and from here, MaxPax, he's the first to max out. At this point, now that he's maxed and now that he's going to be building up a bank of an army, this is where, I mean, we can start taking it to not just DTs, but DT upgrades, into Skytos. Now, then pushing to the center. And Clem is also maxed. Lots of stripes going up. Nice snipe of the Vikings. There's 2 Vikings left. Goes back to the Colossus. Good. As again, the armies do trade. There was a good EMP, but once again, there's the overcharge. Does top up those Colossus. Oh my god, as MaxPax, he pounces on the army just as Clem loads up. His army's exposed. 12 more SCVs go down. The Zealot Runbys, they're brutal time and time again, just catching Clem with his pants down over and over again throughout the course of this game. Meanwhile, the Runeblock does get across the map. EMP on the Nexus. No recall. Nexus goes down. Likewise, though, MaxPax chasing Clem down. More Marauders do reinforce. That's a lot of Marauders coming in. Without Immortals, without Disruptors, I mean, the Mass Marauder, he can't break through. Yeah, he's stemming in. Clem, he's going for the kill. He gets one of the Colossus, denies the expansion. And again, where are the Disruptors? Where are the Immortals? They're just not here. Clem, has he done it? Looks like he has. SCVs are falling, but it's we don't care. Not anymore. It's not about the SCVs, it's about what, I mean, even production we have left. Stimming in once again, getting top of the Colossus. And just getting the one though. And pulling back. Zealots, they're still wreaking havoc. They're still in the main. Still denying mining. Clem still has that supply lead. He needs to make use of it. Alas, still distracted. There we go. Prism finally goes down. Now he has nothing to worry about. Now he can just focus on his push. Catching up the Dark Templar. Likewise, nice snipes here with those Stalkers. Going for the Vikings. He was brutal. And Chloe just stems in. Once again, he does target down both of those Colossus. Disruptor comes out, but it's too little too late. GG gets called, and Clem takes game number 1. Whew. GG, a very intense game 1. We saw MaxPax pop off from time to time, able to wreak havoc, able to get into mineral lines with those Zealot Runbys, likewise able to hold on to that 4th base, got away with double expanding, but we saw that MaxPax, it took him far too long to really refine his army. What I'm referring to, you saw at the very end the first disruptor. The first disruptor of the game out like the 17 or 18 minute mark. Alas, that should have been seen much sooner to actually have something to counteract the bio-heavy composition, the Marauder-heavy composition of MaxPax. Alas, that was a precaution that was never really had. And with that, MaxPax does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Alright, getting into game 2. And it's going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. One of the smaller maps in the map pool. Short rushes by grounds. Does favor aggression, of course, as well. A lot of aggression. We'll see what our players go for. As morning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this as he is down 0-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Time to blem. As he does take a lead in the series, but again, a very intense game 1. By no means was it an easy game there for Clem. He does take a lead. Does take a lead. We'll see how our players will approach things this time. Now, as we load into a much smaller map like Oceanborn, we should not see a Stargate opener from MaxPax. I'd be a little bit shocked if that were to occur. I'm leaning more towards either a Robo opener or a Twilight Council instead. So you have MaxPax setting up here on the high ground, going for a Gate Cybercore into CC. Likewise, Clem, he does have the eBay here on the low ground, is able to delay the expansion. And MaxPax is forced to expand elsewhere. Forced into the unnatural natural here at the third. Clem, he was looking for the expansion, and now he finds it. And again, this is a very awkward base here to defend for MaxPax. Is going to be quite awkward. Again, we do have the high ground right next to it. It is surrounded here towards the south, towards the right hand side as well. It is a little bit more open, more exposed. We'll see if Clem does, or how aggressive he is. As a reminder, because of the eBay block, it means that Clem could not afford a CC, so despite the fact that it was a single gas opener, it was raxed into factory, into a delayed command center instead. There's the add-on swap, and from here, Clem can go into reactor to Hellions. And there it is. Hellions are on the way. Hellions are on the way. From here, Clem, you can try to hit either the natural mineral line or the main base mineral line instead. Is going to be a Stargate open out of MaxPax. This makes sense. Stargate play against the initial opener of MaxPax. Sorry, of Clem. Now, the reason why I say that is that with Stargate-based units, it is a little easier to actually transition and actually rotate between the bases. Rotate between the natural and the new natural. The second expansion and the third, I mean. So it can be quite awkward. Phoenixes are building up. Now getting into the 1-1-1. Hellions, they try to poke in. Two Hellions do make it into the main. One probe goes down. But alas, just the one Hellion really. Sorry, second one does come in. Probes are lining up. 3 probe kills so far, not bad. Got 3, now 4, now 5 workers, almost 6. Oh, he gets it. 6 probes. 6 probes for 4 Hellions. Not the best trade here for Clem. He was hoping for a little bit more. MaxPax does throw down an extra wave of gateways and the Twilight Council. We go. Likewise, Clem unable to punish yet. A natural. Likewise is building up, sharking around looking for those Phoenixes. MaxPax doing the same. He's vying for map control. Again, I do think it's a little bit risky here to go into Phoenixes just because it takes so little time to counterattack across the map. It's getting quite risky here from MaxPax as the army does move out. Charge did just begin here for MaxPax. So he's going Phoenix into not Colossus like we did previously, but it's going to be Phoenix into charge lots. Then he does rotate around. What's the natural? Likewise, MaxPax, he is keeping up. And Clem backs off. Okay. we can breathe easy. Clem backs off. He starts up extra Raxes. He starts up Stim. eBay as well. Looks like Clem is not really liking his chances pushing into either of his bases. So he retreats. Does opt to retreat instead. What is terrifying is that Clem has been able to build up this army over time. So the supplies are still quite threatening. As pieces. They do catch reinforcements, trading with the Marines. Very nice trades here from MaxPax. Meanwhile, the main armies do clash. Tank siege up. And MaxPax being just as efficient as possible. Stim is not available. Tank getting caught out. The Marines, they save the tank. Cyclones as well. With that, Clem, he is forced back. Forced back home, I mean. And MaxPax can take a third. He's taking a third base, getting his fourth, getting fully saturated. His economy is booming from the side of MaxPax. Economy is there. Likewise, Clem sneaking out with a drop. Does sneak out. Prism is denied. Oh, sorry, Vikings? Phoenixes are denied by the Vikings. So far, so good. Bay is on the way. MaxPax are working towards Colossus, but they're not ready yet. Without Colossus, again, I'm still very uneasy about the defense that MaxPax can go for. As Clem is up in army supply. They'll sneak up on that natural setup. Warp in into the main. Cell drop is denied. Yeah, but Clemmy sims in. Going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. Going for the Nexus as well. And MaxPax completely out of position. There's the overcharge. The overcharge does help. Mine shots going up. And this may just be too much. Yeah, there's a drop at the fourth base as well. And MaxPax, he's just completely not ready for this. The pants, they were caught down. Cells, they dive in. Able to tank some shots. Cells go down. And the Nexus falls. Nexus alongside 18 probes. Ay. 18 workers go down. Zealot Rumbai does delay the expansion of Clem, but I mean, this still pales in comparison to what MaxPax just lost. So MaxPax, he pulls away. Is at least on 3 bases. Let's drag the army into the minefield. Mine shots going up. And Clemmy holds his own, and he has done more than enough damage. More than enough. He crippled the economy already. And with that, Clem from here, he can just muster up his reinforcements and go for the third. Can go for the kill. Cleans out whatever's left here at the original third base. So Romay goes down. Clemmy's all over this expansion. Should at least force a cancel. There it is. With the cancel, we just see Clem extending. Nice force field. Oh my god. Very nicely done. Force fields, they slice up the army. At the same time, Zella drop into the natural, but this time Clem is ready for it. It's ready. As Clem MaxPax is fighting his heart out. Still maintaining himself, trading well here, especially when it comes to his Phoenixes and the Colossus. A lot of value. Yeah, has been gaining a lot of value here, but here come the reinforcements. Likewise, they're chargeless, they do warp in. Up with the mine shots. Brutal mine connections. Most cells go down. GG gets called as MaxPax he runs out of steam, and Clem will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played again. Clem needs one more. One more game is all he needs to be this week's champion. Last week, MaxPax 3-0 Clem. Now is it Clem's turn to 3-0 MaxPax. I'm hoping for a longer series. I'm hoping for a more extended series, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on MaxPax here to bounce back. Again, I was very surprised to see MaxPax open up Stargate both in Game 1 and in Game 2. It wasn't just Stargate play though. I mean, there was definitely an interesting follow-up there. We saw that here, at least in this game, it was Stargate into Speed first. sorry, I should say Phoenixes into charge, not speed, into charge instead of Colossus. Delay Colossus production here at a MaxPax compared to game 1, where he did prioritize Colossus. So a very different follow-up, and we saw Clem just looking a little bit more comfortable there, able to just abuse his positional play. I feel like that was the biggest factor there. He was able to go for his drop play and just outmaneuver MaxPax, pull him apart. We saw multiple times Clem hit an expansion and hit a mineral line, and MaxPax just was nowhere to be found. He was just caught out of position. He was either busy in the main or rotating to the natural or elsewhere, of course. And with that, we're getting into game 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Denmark, representing Storm Gaming. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from the land of France, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. And again, it was in this very tournament last week that MaxPax 3-0'd Clem, but as I mentioned, this week it is Clem's turn to 3-0 MaxPax. That's just how it goes. That's just, I don't make up the rules. It's looking to be the case though, and we'll see if MaxPax can bounce back. Again, before that, we have seen a lot of ace matches between Clem and MaxPax, and I'm sure we will continue to see that as well throughout the remainder of the year. I'm sure. But for now, we'll see how we settle in. For the first time here this series, Rax expand. Economic opener out of Clem. No double gas. I mean, it makes sense on side Delta. Side Delta, longer rush distance by air. Even by ground. I'm putting all those loss. Both. And with that, Clem should be going for just a more economic greedy build. Likewise, so is MaxPax, in a sense. Gate, Cybercore into natural. Likewise, the natural base is going to be much more defendable here on side Delta. The third is, in a sense, a little bit more wide open, true. But the longer rush distance by ground does make up for that. And we'll see how our players do open up. I don't think this would be a bad map for something like a Stargate opener, but we'll see. We shall see. As for now, Clem is setting up back at home, going for the safety bunker, into factory. And here it is for the first time this series. It is not a Stargate opener, it is a Twilight Council instead. Let's go. Is going to be Twilight Council into Blink, most likely. And the question becomes, do we finally get to embrace 4-gate Blink? And it's possible. This is not the worst map for it. Can be quite awkward diving into the main, true. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the gate count. On how many gateways there are. For now, just 2. 1 in the natural, 1 in the main. Just 2 gates for now. As I say that, more gates are being thrown down. Let's go. 2 gateways at the natural, 1 in the main, so 3-gate blink. At least 3-gate blink. We'll see if a 4th gateway gets thrown down. And we just came in. I mean, again, MaxPax has the best execution of 4-gate blink in the world. And he has defeated Clem with it many a time. But now though, it looks just like 3-gate blink. Okay, safe opener. Safe build here by MaxPax. 3 gateways, blink is being researched. 3rd base has been taken. Real quick here for MaxPax as well. It's going to be on Clem to get a read on what's going on as he does open up with a Widow Mine Drop. So Rax expand into Mine Drop. Does confirm. Does dive in, goes to the mine drop. Widow mines, they will burrow in time, and they will go for the stalkers. Blink is done. One stalker goes down. But the medevac also falls. And what? Oh, nice blink. As Clem, he did get eyes on the tech. I mean, he saw the blink stalker, so he's aware of the blink based opener. He also saw the third base timing as well. Clem is aware. Now moving out. MaxPax tells move out. With 3-gate blink, especially with the fast third base, the goal here is just contain. It's just contain the Terran for as long as possible. Thankfully going up. Raven Harass moving out. Clem is building up his bio army, working on stim. And MaxPax, he can threaten these add-ons, but he shouldn't really commit in. Doesn't really have the stalker count to do so. Does get eyes on the production. And MaxPax, he's here to deny a drop, for example, but not much more than that. Nope, got us. MaxPax getting everything fully saturated. Gateway explosion on the way. And throwing down 5 extra gateways. Jesus. Getting up to 8. 8 gates. Staying on 3 gases. Prism is on the way. That can be for just mass charge lot. And Clem is yet to piece it all together. Still looking to do so. Still being active. Getting to more maxes, now taking his third base. We see MaxPax getting ready here for a tri-pronged attack. I mean, he's got Stalkers on one end, he's got Zealots in the other. That's going to be a lot of charge lots. Let's find some of these Zealots, at least. Gets one. Meanwhile, dropping to the natural. There are reinforcements, though. And Clemmy holds. The entire army gets dragged back home, though. As Zealots, they go for another drop into the main. No major weapons. Oh, no friendly fire. Thankfully, Clemmy does on burrow. But we'll still lose more SCVs. A very, very shaky defense here by Clem. 11 SCV kills. 12 SCVs. 13. Gets 13 workers. Stalkers dive in. Very nice start stepping here. With, oh my god, a late blink. Very late blink here by MaxPax. Leading out a lot of Stalkers. Expensive losses. Drop comes back in. More Zealots being morphed in into the main. Ay, ay, ay. You can see the Ravens just trying to buy time here with the auto turrets. Last time he is holding. Zealots, they just keep running in. 4 CVs. Reinforce that back. Prism gets scouted. Can he recall in time? Ah, not quite. It does fall. Now Clem can focus on his push. There's nothing to hold him back. And what is it to defend? Now MaxPax has taken a fast third base. Sorry, it's a fast fourth base is what I meant to say. Does have a Colossus. So far, 1. 1 Colossus, soon to be 2. Let's try to catch some of these Medivacs. Does hope to. Vikings even. MaxPax trying to slow this down. Drop on the right hand side, gets scouted. MaxPax responds. And can he split up his army in time? Likewise, because of the earlier SCV losses, I'm afraid to look, it was 18 SCVs. But because of all those losses, because of the delay for Clem, he may just take things slow. As well, so they do hit the middle line once again. 3 SCV kills. Stalker's pushing in. And you can see Clem is just waiting and building up towards 2-2. 2-2 is on the way. Ghost production is underway as well. So Clem just waiting to be secure instead. Here, just still building up. Posturing. Thankfully, MaxPax is not stuck with just purely Colossus. He does have 3 Colossus, but now going into Disruptors. Something that we have been avoiding so far in this series. Thankfully, it's back. Yeah, they can make or break a fight here for you, for Clem. You have some DT counterattack. DT's a natural, DT's at the 3rd. Main army pushes in. The Disruptor is lagging behind. Tank sieging up. The expansion is going to be denied. Ooh, that's a kill. It's going to cancel. Never goes up. Oh no! Massive connection. Yeah, late reaction here by Clem. Was focusing elsewhere, focusing on the drop into the other mineral line. Clem is trying to trade, but he has to back up. MaxPax defends at the same time. Ooh, did have DTs here at the natural. And MaxPax takes the supply lead. Again, Clemmy's just lost far too many SCVs here throughout the course of the game. He's attempting to gain some value, but didn't quite get it. Back at it, has to back up. On Prism goes down. That's MaxPax pushing right down mid, has a supply lead, has Novas available as well. And this might just be the beginning of the comeback here for MaxPax. Nova goes off. Up! Nova connection. Nice splits. Nova goes off. Massive connection here on the Ghost. And yeah, Disruptors. They're the key unit here that MaxPax has been missing the entire series. Just send out the Novas. So far, so good. Novas to target down, he gets 2. MaxPax is maxed out. And again, right now, the onus is on Clem to just turtle. Just turtle up as best he can. MaxPax rotating once again, just posturing. Never goes up. Oh, nice splits, very nice splits out of Clem. Avoids a Nova. He's maintaining himself, just barely, but the disruptor count is getting higher and higher. It's hitting critical mass. There it goes off so far. 4, soon to be 6 disruptors, 6 purification Novas. It's insane. And without Liberators, Clemmy just cannot push in. Self-snipe 1 Disruptor. Oh, he wants the others, but won't get baited in. Tempting. So you see Max actually does rotate, does find the planetary. At the same time, warping into the main. Nova's going up. Nice snipes. Disruptor goes down. Very nice engage here from Clem. Takes down most disruptors. Nova doesn't quite connect. Oh no! Massive connection. Again, Clem was paying attention elsewhere, focusing on the main base. Zelda wreaking havoc, DTs as well. And this may just be too much. This may just be game-winning damage here. 11 SCV kills. The entire army races back home. MaxPax still being active. final one. Max actually rotates over, still maxed out. Nova's going off. Massive connections, takes down 2 ghosts. He just has to keep sending out those Novas. Oh my god. Sniping Vikings, Medivacs. There's barely anything left here anymore for Clem. Not like this. And GG gets called. MaxPax, he does fight back. He puts a point on the board, and we have a series. We have a back and forth, papi. Let's go. GG. Again, MaxPax having a much more comfortable game here, going into his initial Phoenixes, into his own map control, with Colossus, with charge lots, able to stabilize on 4 bases, able to contain his opponents. And again, it came down to a lot of it did come down to the run buys, the counterattacks, the Zealot run buys, the DT counterattacks as well. It was all just keeping Clem busy, keeping him contained, and it allowed MaxPax to get into those disruptors. Eventually, finally got there, and once he got into those disruptors, we saw just Nova after Nova connect, just pulling apart the attention of his opponent, of Clem. And just had a hard time keeping up. With that, GG. GG well played. We have a series now. We're jumping into game number 4. It's going to be on Alcyone. Let's go. Getting into Alcyone here. Again, a very intense series between these two. Very intense. And we'll see if our players... Looks like they need a little bit of time, actually. Looks like they need a little bit of time here to get ready. I don't blame them. I mean, it's been a very intense best of 5 final so far. They go the distance. We'll see if MaxPax can force the ace match by taking the next game, or if Clem brings it back. Oh boy. We're here to find out. Shout out to all the other language casters as well. Shout out to Inu, shout out to Rex. I see Indy as well. Wardy, Coca. Much love to the other casters. And there we go. We have our players ready. We are jumping into game number 4. It's going to be on Alcyone. Again, Clem still needs only one more game to win the entire event, to be this week's champion. MaxPax needs to win this game here to force the ace match. Here we go. As we are loading in. This morning, in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have the Danish Protoss player. Oh, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. He has put a point on the board finally here. He has put a point on the board. Can he force the ace match? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. One more game is all he needs. One more game to be this week's champion. We'll see if he can bring it home here. As we settle in. I got my settling into Alcyone. This is a very large map. One of the larger maps in the map pool, known for its macro, known for its mid-game, if not late game as well. We'll see if we can get there. Clearly, we can see that MaxPax is quite comfortable in that kind of game state, getting into, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7 disruptors. He can have his way with Clem. If he can get there, though. It's not the easiest kind of tech to really embrace. We shall see. So now, we are getting to our openers. Clem going for a single gas geyser, going for a rack expand. Economic opener here by Clem. Meanwhile, standard opener by MaxPax, going for the gate, cyber into expand. Here we go. Phonetic spelling of Laos. Laosh. Oh no. Kappa. Why is there a Kappa at the end? Oh no, that confuses everything. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, it's been a pretty intense tournament so far. We've had some amazing results, even some arguably upsets as well when it comes to previous series and previous players. So I do recommend it. I do recommend tuning into the VODs over time. I do apologize for being a little bit less animated during the finals or during some of the matches in this event, just because I'm very fatigued. I was casting the StarCraft Evolution League earlier today, and I streamed afterwards, and then I'm here casting. I usually try to like nap or sleep in between casts, but I opted not to do so today, and it was a mistake. It was a mistake not to try to nap. So we're running on fumes, Pappy, but the show must go on. Let's go. As Adept does shade into the main. Ooh, that should not have happened. A little bit of a slip up here by Clem. Adept gets a full scout, gets one SCV, can get a second. 2 SCV kills here already. Getting a third, 3 SCVs. Again, massive slip up here from Clem and a very strong start from MaxPax. And there it is. GG gets called. Oh, just too many mistakes too quickly there. Clemmy taps out, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Again, that should not have happened. 3 SCV kills already there for the first Adept. That was, I would say, in a way, an early tap out, but I could see the frustrations there from Clem. Like, these are mistakes that should not be happening at this level of play. And, yeah, Clem, done with that game. GG. We're going to the ace match. We are going to game 5. Again, Clem, he can get quite emotional when it comes to some of these tournaments. We saw that last week as well. We did see that last week in game 3 between Clem and MaxPax, and hopefully Clem can take a breather here, and hopefully he can calm things down. Oh boy, and tighten up his play as well. Like, even if we do see MaxPax win this, we don't want to see him win like this. You know, we want some solid back and forth, want some mid game. Take a breath, Pappy. Take a breath. Here we go. As we're now getting into the ace match. I mean, we made it. We made it all the way to game 5. It all ends here. One way or another, it all ends on Ghost River. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Denmark, representing Sidestorm Gaming. He's done it. He's brought us all the way to game 5. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from the land of France, representing Team Liquid, being forced into the ace match, and clearly looking frustrated here. It is a Clem. I am a little bit concerned that there was no break in between the last game and this game. Like, they just went straight into the next lobby, so that is a little bit concerning. So hopefully we can take a breather and calm things down, shake it off as we get into the ace match. Again, when it came to the last game, Clem, he was slow to wall off. He had a depot. He didn't raise it. He didn't raise the depot. Dep shaded into the main base, and we saw everything just collapse from there. So it was a mistake from Clem. And again, these are things that we can't really afford at this level of play, whether it's MaxPax or herO or Classic or any other Protoss player. Can't afford these slip-ups. So we are settling in. Nerf Adept, nerf MaxPax, Copium. That was on Clem. As from here, we are going into double gas. Double gas opener here is going to go into a faster factory, into a delayed TC, a much more safer build, which makes sense on this map, on Ghost River. Does make sense. As we are just going for something a little bit safer and arguably something more aggressive as well. As Clem will move out. Just scouting, he does check for a proxy proxy gateway. Does check for a proxy gateway, making sure that nothing is amiss. And back at home, MaxPax is just going for a gate cyber expand. We have seen MaxPax proxy gate Clem, not today, but last week. He did actually defeat Clem last week with proxy gateways, but not this time. No proxies here in the ace match. very nice control here by Clem. Gage some shots off on the Adept. Adept is zoned back. And we have our tech of choice from MaxPax. It is going to be a Twilight Council. For the time being, Clem is in the dark. He's still just trying to keep up with the Adept, with the Harass. And eventually he will move out. We go up. As the first Reaper is going to fall, Cyclone does arrive to reinforce. The armies do bypass each other here. Adept's trying to keep up with the Reaper. Ideally trying to deny that scout. Behind this, extra gateways are on the way. This looks like the beginning of a 4-gate blink build. I mean, we have 1 gateway in the main. We have 2 here at the natural. Show us the 4th gateway. We haven't seen 4-gate blink yet in this series from MaxPax. But it might be here and now. We'll see. We shall see. As the Adepts, they bypass the main army. They're shading towards the main. Clem does wall off. Oh, but the natural base is exposed. SCVs are going down. Cyclone's racing back. It's just going to be 1 SCV kill, but it does delay a lot of mining time. Nice sidestepping. It is going to be 2 SCV kills. 2 SCVs checking the production, though. Oh! As Wouldn't Mind Drop is going to be denied. And it is 3-gate. Okay, 3-gate blink into a 3rd. So very safe build here by MaxPax is getting a 3rd base. Only 3 gateways. It does mean that MaxPax will have map control, true. But he shouldn't have as much pushing power. So Wouldn't Mind Drop in. Ooh, not quite hitting the Stalker. Likewise, Clem catching up the rest. And so far, MaxPax handling this Wouldn't Mind Drop well. One Wouldn't Mind does survive, but the other does not. Clem, for the time being, just maintaining control of the ramp. Forces back the Stalkers. As a reminder, these Stalkers don't really need to get much damage. They're designed for map control just to get the 3rd base up and running. MaxPax does have the potential, though, to dive into the main. The main base is looking a little bit more exposed, but the tanks are repositioning. And the tanks are ready. So MaxPax has to be very careful with how he commits. As he does blink in. Ooh, tank volley goes off. 2 tank volleys even, but the Rax is delayed. Cyclone's trying to respond. Ooh, that's going to be a kill on the... Oh my god, that's a kill on the Rax. Massive pickoff. Very nice value here from MaxPax. As he blinks back in, the tank is exposed. Tank goes down. Once again, a massive pickup here from MaxPax. Not quite getting the Raven. Not quite. Clem, he does hold, he does force him out. But what this means here, especially when it comes to sniping units like tanks or Ravens, it means that the eventual move out is going to be that much weaker. There's going to be less tanks here with the main army, less power behind the push. 3rd CC now on the way. MaxPax rotating around. And behind this, MaxPax just taking extra gases. Saturating his bases. Bay is on the way. That's going to be for Colossus production. He's almost there. He's almost there. Once again, a couple of volleys off on that Raven. Clem going for the drop across the map. Ooh, Observer gets sniped. Nice snipe there from Clem. Medevac is spotted. Clem is trying to find another way out. He's trying. 4th base on the way. Bay is now done. And how much has Clem built up? He's on 3 tanks so far. Got up to 3 tanks. Now establishing his third. And as Clem positions to take his third base, we do see MaxPax ready for a dive into the natural. He's getting ready. As MaxPax does pull away. Oh! Chipping away at the Raven. Black still not fully committing. I mean, pushing into the siege line is not going to be easy. Ideally, MaxPax wants to wait for Clem to move out. As MaxPax, he's just getting to his Colossus. His 4th base is getting up and running. Colossus on the way as well. So far, players are keeping up with each other, for the most part. Clem trying to catch out these Stalkers. Up! He slims in. Doesn't get any though. Gets the Zealots, but the Stalkers do escape. MaxPax playing with fire. Up! Forcing another sim. Doesn't lose a Stalker. As we see both players just kind of posturing here. Clem's still contained, but he's maxing out. I mean, both players are. Both players are maxing. MaxPax has so many bases, though, taking a 5th base as well as we speak. Moving out with how many Colossus with 3, now into Disruptor production, 2nd Robo as well. And we saw how well MaxPax can fight with Disruptors. They're still on the way, though. Still doesn't quite have them. Until then has to take care. I still don't think it's quite necessary for MaxPax to push into these siege lines, but he does catch some of the ghosts. No! 3 ghosts. 3 ghosts going down. Massive pickoffs. The force field. The ghosts get locked down. Yeah, brutal start there for Clem. Losing all 3 ghosts. Vikings, they shut down one of the Colossus. Nice pickup. Stalkers are a little bit late there to respond. Let's keep Clem busy. Colossus pushing in. More Disruptors on the way. The Vikings are being cleaned up. Guess most of the Vikings to left. Disruptors have arrived. Zealot drop here into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Just a really chaotic couple of moments here for Clem. He's trying to hold on. Nova goes up. Ooh, nice snipe there on the Disruptor. Disruptor gets sniped. The last Viking goes down. Reinforcements from behind. The Colossus are getting surrounded. Yeah, MaxPax, he does overextend. He gets surrounded. Colossus go down, but here come the reinforcing Zealots. Does MaxPax have enough? It's going to be close. Does get into the mineral line. Stalkers have to back up. It looks like Clem holds. Clem does hold. DTs are being a nuisance. And do we have a scan? Uh-oh. We barely do. There's a scan. Warping into the main. Now MaxPax, he lost a massive chunk of armor. He lost all of his Colossus and Disruptors in that fight. He has to rebuild. And so far he's buying time. He is able to buy some time here. Getting a tank. GG gets called. He's in the production, and Clem taps out. MaxPax will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Oh my god. GG. Well played. A very strong start to the fight. If you remember, MaxPax, he caught all 3 ghosts. That was almost game then and there. That was just a brutal moment. If you remember, he was able to slip in between the natural and the 3rd base. He was able to catch 3 ghosts as they were coming out of the production with the force field. From that moment, no EMPs. No EMPs for Clem. He was able to still recover, though, when it came to the surround. He was able to clean up the Colossus count. True, he was able to come in for the surround, but despite that, it was still a very close trade. He was denied the 4th CC, so he was denied mining. He lost SCVs, and we saw that again, MaxPax able to wreak havoc in the main base on the production. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax 2 weeks in a row now takes down Clem. GG, well played. Again, game 4 was unfortunate. Game 4 was very unfortunate. It did remind me of last week as well, where Clem also tapped out really early on due to early mistakes early on, mistakes in the early game. So yeah, definitely hope Clem can rest, can recover, can recuperate. Unfortunately, there is no second event here tonight. As a reminder, the KSRC is on hiatus, so it's just WardiTV Monday, Pigasaur Mondays, Tenacious Turtles Hustle, and Sparkling Tuna Cups. There is no KSRC like there typically was a couple of weeks ago, so that is on hiatus. I think there's maybe like some talks about maybe bringing it back in a different fashion, but only talks for now. Nothing set in stone, so bear that in mind. Bear that in mind when it comes to tuning into additional events. Otherwise, congratulations here to MaxPax, and there is still potential though for a rematch in the Pigasaur Monday if the players stay up. If they do stay up in time. I know it's quite late in Europe, it's not ideal, but both MaxPax and Clem are degens. Like they're more than happy. They're more than happy to stay up until like 5, 6, 7 a.m. in the morning competing in tournaments. They're animals. So they might have a rematch. We'll see. We shall see. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. Again, I do apologize for being a little bit less energetic for this cast, especially early on. I did mention before that this is our second cast of the day, and it's been a long day of casting. On top of that, this is a 5-hour cast. Jesus. But it's been a long day of casting. This was our second tournament, and on top of that, I made the mistake of streaming and laddering before or in between the casts, so I had I didn't really rest too much. I usually try to nap in between, and I chose not to today just because I wanted to ladder and stream because I barely have any time to, and I am hella tired. So I'm gonna go pass out, and I'll be up in a couple of hours to cast the Pigasaur Monday. I say a couple of hours. Let me just double check here. Let's see. The Pigasaur Monday is in 8.5 hours. Okay. It's in 8.5 hours, which means I should have some time to get around like 7 hours sleep. Then I have to wake up and get up in time to like set up all the streams and set up all the overlays. But yeah, I'll try to wake up in time. So again, in 8.5 hours, we're going to be live here on the channel with the Pigasaur Monday. We have 2 casts tomorrow, just like today. 2 casts tomorrow. It's going to be Pigasaur Monday number 8, and it's going to be Alima League November Finals at the end, or in the evening. In the evening, the Alima League November Finals is going to be a banger. I believe the bracket is already live for that event, as it is an invitational based on performances over the course of November. And again, as a reminder, we are the official casters of Alima League, and we're not going to be live with it here on Twitch. We're going to be live with it on Chijijik, as it is a Korean sponsored event. VODs are going to be available on YouTube. So we have VODs there, but the live event is going to be on Chijik instead. I believe Wardy does like a replay cast like the next day, so he has you covered for replays if you want to tune into his replay cast. Otherwise, our live VODs are going to be uploaded on YouTube. So that is how we do. That's how Alima League does typically pan out. So if you want to tune in live, you can. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. I'm going to head off. I'm going to go and just pass the hell out and hopefully wake up in time for the Pigasaur Monday. Until then, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. We do appreciate the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Also, you can help support us via following us on social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can help support us via Patreon as well if you wish. So you can do so. You can support us on Patreon, on Twitter, on Instagram, Blue Sky, Mastodon, ever you so please. Otherwise, let's quickly have a look here. Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? I see Mr. Sadsack. Mr. Sadsack is live. Rex was casting. Who else? Who else? We can give it to. I see Rushy's streaming Stormgate, I think. There we go. But yeah, I guess we'll give some love. We'll give some love to Sadsack. Okay. It's been a while since he's streamed some StarCraft. So send everyone over. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. As a reminder, the WardiTV Monday is a weekly tournament. It is every single Monday, at least for the near future. We still have to wait for announcements regarding December's WardiTV Mondays, so still yet to be determined if it continues into December, especially with Masters Coliseum opening up. There's going to be a lot of content throughout the course of December as well, and end of November. And yeah, as a reminder as well, Home Story Cup is this weekend. Home Story Cup is this weekend. We are going to be casting Home Story Cup live on this channel. We will be helping out with the group stage. We're going to be helping to cover the group stage here on the CranKy Ducklings, so do tune in. We will be one of the side streams, most likely just the official B stream on the CranKy Ducklings. So we got you covered there over the weekend with Home Story Cup. Otherwise, buenas noches, papi. It's time for bed. Time for bed. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. But otherwise, yeah, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. We'll see you guys in 8 hours.